Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is May 19th, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Commissioner Green, Commissioner Kim, CEO O'Brien, General Counsel Flug, and myself, Secretary Held. The next regular meeting dates are set for Tuesday, June 2nd and June 16th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in, first in Buffalo, Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. As a matter of courtesy, we do ask that you silence your cell phones. Commissioners, do you have any announcements? No. Good. Okay, prior to the first item being called, Counsel's Office has a proposed emergency summary order suspension. It's been marked agenda number 2015-1160G for license serial number New York OP 1146069, issued to Melodia Corp., doing business under the trade name Tete Club, located at 154 Post Avenue in the City of New York. Presenting for Counsel's Office is General Associate Counsel Garcia.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tete Club has been operating as a massive illegal dance club with a history of out-of-control crowds and lax supervision, which culminated on Saturday, May 10th, 2015, in the fatal shooting of Ernesto Santiago, a 31-year-old patron just outside the establishment. That tragedy, during which another patron was also shot and wounded, follows a series of other large-scale fights, an October 2014 stabbing, as well as after-hours alcohol sales. 2 matters already are pending against this licensee. It is my understanding that Administrative Law Judge DeCesare, in his report, has sustained numerous charges, including failure to conform to the application and after-hours sales. Despite a civil nuisance abatement action and numerous administrative proceedings which are going to be before the members, the licensee continues to endanger the public through its failure to supervise a premise. The continuing operation of the licensee presents a clear and present danger to the community. On May 10, 2015, there were 2 groups of patrons who are unknown to each other who spent a lot of money to sit in the VIP section of this club. Mr. Santiago apparently was among them. After the club closed, both groups were on the sidewalk in front of a parking garage attached to the licensed premise. A member of one group made comments about the females in the other group, which provoked a dispute and led to the shots that were fired. Mr. Santiago was shot in the chest and was pronounced dead at the hospital. The other patron who was shot was in stable condition several days after at the hospital, and he has survived his injuries. Deputy Inspector Chris Morella, the commanding officer of the 34th Precinct, informs the authority that the licensee did not cooperate the morning of the homicide, that it locked its doors and informed the police officers that there were no videotapes available. Not only is that a failure to cooperate with a very serious investigation, but it is also a direct violation of a stipulation that this licensee entered into with NYPD Legal. In addition, as I've indicated, there was a patron that was stabbed in October. Police officers responded to this club at 4:40 in the morning. The victim said he had a dispute with a group of individuals, and he was later stabbed by an unknown person. The problem with all of this violence that has occurred is that it is Counsel's Office position that it is the direct result of the licensee making misrepresentations and systematically violating its liquor license for at least several years. In the licensee's initial license application in 2003, it represented that it would operate as a restaurant tavern and would not permit music or dancing. It indicated that its maximum occupancy would be 375. It's the information of Counsel's Office that it has a certificate of occupancy for 575 persons. This is a massive, massive establishment. There is no record that this licensee ever submitted an alteration application to change its method of operation, and obtain your permission to operate in this way. There have been several inspections by BCIs that confirm they are violating the license. As recently as May 15th, Investigator Strabali spent several hours doing a very thorough inspection of the premise and confirmed that, in fact, the only thing that this alleged restaurant had for food were chicken wings that appeared to have freezer burn in a freezer. In addition, this club has DJs that are featured between Thursdays to Sundays. Many of these DJs are very well known and are known to attract very large crowds. Counsel's office has confirmed that this licensee even obtained a cabaret permit from the Department of Consumer Affairs to allow it to pass inspection anytime a police officer went to check what was going on there. The licensee never applied and sought our permission before doing that. There have been other incidents of disorderly premise, which although it'll take some time, I believe, are important. On March 8, 2015, at 4:50 in the morning, officers observed a fight erupt inside the premise and spill onto the street. On January 1st, 2015, at 4:30 in the morning, officers saw a crowd of 75 to 100 people in front of the location, with several groups engaged in fights. The club's security guards were unable to control the crowd. On September 14th, at 3:30 in the morning, officers responded to a call of a disturbance. They found a crowd of 75 people in front of the location with additional patrons leaving. Clearly, the officers can't handle this type of volume and disorder. There were several groups engaged in fights. The club's security guards were unable to restore order, and police assistance was required. The officers entered the premise and saw that there was a smell of pepper spray, broken and overturned furniture, broken hookahs, and broken bottles. On May 24, 2014, at about 3:20, officers observed a large brawl occur inside the premises, which spilled onto the street. In addition to these dangerous large brawls, as I've indicated, Judge DeCesare has sustained, and based on the members will have to review the report, but there's indications that the administrative law judge feels that there's substantial evidence to support that the licensee operated and after hours, sold alcohol after hours on at least 3 occasions in the recent months. And that in and of itself is a very dangerous situation, especially in a large nightclub like this. Last, the licensee has cut corners by utilizing the services of an unlicensed security guard company to protect Mr. Santiago and all the people that are in the premise. Investigators have heard varying reports that the security guards are paid in cash directly by the nightclub, and then when this alleged head of the unlicensed security guard company shows up, the security guards change their story and say, no, they work for this unlicensed security guard company. These are the people that they have protecting the patrons. The members have received affidavits from 2 of the Special Operations Lieutenant, Lieutenant Muniz, who submitted an affidavit in support of nuisance abatement action, and Lieutenant Tom, who is the new Special Operations Lieutenant overseeing and monitoring this premise. This premise is a drain on the resources of the police department. So in conclusion, it is Counsel's Office position that the continued operation of this premise, series of brawls dating back at least a year, the recent shooting that left 1 patron dead and another wounded, along with a stabbing last fall, creates an imminent threat to the community. The licensee has been on notice that it is violating the method of operation and not adequately protecting the public. Rather than fulfill its obligations, it has been shirking its responsibilities and making misrepresentations to numerous agencies in an effort to continue to make money, and operate unlawfully. The authority has a rational basis to determine this licensee has been operating as a scofflaw. It is not authorized to use the cabaret license or operate in the manner it's operating. For all of these significant reasons, it is recommended that the license immediately be summarily suspended pursuant to SAPA, Section 401, Subdivision 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? All right, I'm ready to vote. I vote for the emergency summary suspension.
I also agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, council.
All right, we'll go to Buffalo. Item 1160D, MJM Fitch.
Good morning, members. My name is Shetland Kenna. I'm the consultant for MJM Fitch. I have one of the licensees here with me. We were applying for a change in the method of operation to include a small dance area to the right of the bar where a small group of people could dance. It's not a dance floor, it's just a dance area. And also for the licensee to have small bands, which he has maybe 2 or 3 times a year, and a sound system in the back when people dance. When there's a sound system in the back, that is only open 1 or 2 days a week. And I have the license here to answer any questions you have for them. We were supposed to get a letter from Rochester, but the licensee has told me that he has an entertainment license with the city of Rochester that he renews every year, and he just renewed his entertainment license again on 3/23/2015.
Originally, when this application came to the board, we approved it without dancing. And I was interested in seeing feedback from the city of Rochester, because it was specifically with the multiple licenses that the principal has, the supervision at the other locations have not been without adverse. So I really wanted the feedback from the city. Now, did you contact the city and inform them that this was going to be an application submitted to the authority? And
Yes, I did.
okay, and did you actually get anything in writing?
No, because I had the entertainment license which allows dancing, so I thought it might be a little redundant, but I can reach out to them again, and I'm sure I can get a letter for you if we can
I
postpone until
would
next
like
month.
to see that, because too, even the supervision that's at your prior locations, like I said, it was not without adverse. I want to know that the supervision is going to be adequate at this location, and especially if you're going to have individuals under 18, under 21, allowed to enter the location.
We
Are
don't,
you going to have a restriction on age?
it's 21 over strictly. We don't do 18 over. We're not a dance club, we're foremost an Irish pub. It's just for the weekends and Saturday nights predominantly.
Okay, so the additional restriction you're having is no one under 21.
No one under
And-
21,
You're only going to have dancing on Saturday?
pretty much.
And you have security at the location on these
Yes, we do.
days?
Yes,
How
we do.
many, first, what's your occupancy? I don't recall.
375.
375. Oh, wow. One of the other questions I had for you was that, what was the number of security that you're going to have at this location for that particular night?
On Friday and Saturday nights, there's 7 security people on.
How come I have your maximum occupancy is 100 persons? Is that wrong?
That's wrong.
375?
370 to 375.
They put 100 on their application.
Yeah, but on your application at 100, that's what I have in my notes here.
I'll have to change that. That's my error.
Yeah, and I think at that time, the sprinklers weren't done before we opened, and we had to put sprinklers in because of the size of the place. It might have been initially by the city before we opened up, zoned at that particular number.
You know, my main concern was you hold multiple licenses, and you've had a long history. I know there was a stretch, I think maybe earlier on in the early 2000s, late 90s, you had some issues, and then it seems like you had a better record in the decade of 2000 to 2010, and then more recently, 2013, 2014, you seem to be getting a lot of sales to minors at your other locations, specifically 1, 2, 3, 4 other locations had sales to minors in the past couple of years. And you already have this license, but adding a component where you're basically turning the bar into a nightclub on a Saturday with 375 people really worries me. You put here in your questionnaire that you'd be managing it full-time, and that begs the question then, maybe because you're not managing the other locations in a way that's preventing some of these violations from occurring. I would like you to address that, please.
Licensees.
There's three of us at Murphy's Law involved. My partner, Mark Sharenza, is the managing partner there. He's there every Friday and Saturday night, and during the week he's there every day. So he's the one that would be overseeing the operation that night. And he has been the last few years also.
And so why do you think there's been this kind of uptick in violations, sales to minors in particular, at the other 4 locations?
I think there was other 2 locations. I don't know which 4 you're I don't know what locations you're talking.
I can, let's see. This one is 550 East Avenue Holdings, LLC. Do you know which one that one is?
Oh, that's the Stratford Hotel. I'm no longer affiliated with that anymore. I've been bought out.
Been bought out.
Yep.
Then there's, let's see, MJM Fitch. That's your current license, I assume?
Yes, this is the one we're talking about right now.
Okay, that was in May of 2013. And then you've got your other one here that's JPJ Rochester, Inc.?
Yes. Correct.
That one was in December 2012, and then you've got 818, which is MOX636 Inc.
I'm not affiliated with that.
You're not familiar with that?
I'm not affiliated with that.
Oh, you're not affiliated. Martin Cordy, but he's a partner in this current enterprise?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner, he is no longer a part of the 550 East, but he was at the time of the violation.
All right, thank you. You want to see something from the city, Commissioner?
Yes, I would like to see something from the city of Rochester or from the police department, because originally you were an Irish bar. What are you incorporating musically to allow for dancing? Because it was originally licensed as an Irish bar. So what type of music are you incorporating that requires dancing, that you want to make that
Well, I
available?
mean, even though we're an Irish pub, we still play top 40 there. We play some Irish music mixed in with it. We're not like a hip-hop club or anything like that. We have a very strict dress code every night of the week. We probably have the strictest requirements on the street, and we also use scanners now to prevent any kind of breakdown with the identification for underage.
So are you going to have live music now?
That's not we're going to have live music maybe once or twice a year. St. Patty's Day and the Jazz Fest. It's the only time we do it.
All right. Yeah, if you can just reach out to the city, I would like to see something, because it's going to be an impact. I think you're going to attract more individuals to the location. And I'd like to see pictures of where you're going to have, because you said you're not going to have a dance floor. So I'd like to see pictures internally of where that dancing is going to take place as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, I know the city of Rochester, the mayor of Rochester has publicly said they were going to submit documents to us about licensing. I'm not sure if they were referring to on-premises, maybe it was for package stores. But the city council of Rochester is making a recommendation. Because if it weighs on this one, I'd like to take that. Thank you. Okay, Secretary, the
Wait,
next.
do you know that we this last board meeting?
Yes, but there was an adjournment request that was late, that we received the night before.
Oh, that one, okay.
And Commissioner Green granted it to come onto the calendar.
All right, so are we just postponing this to the June 2nd date?
Yes.
Okay, June 2nd. Or PD, right?
All right, so this is over to June 2nd.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you have anything further?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
1086, Swiston's Beef and Keg.
Good morning, members. Adam Connors appearing as counsel for Swiston's Beef and Keg. Also with me is Ray Colitis, one of the owners of the business.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
No contest?
That is correct. We're here on a no contest plea. I'm filling in for Attorney Michael Lakutis, who was not available today, but it's my understanding there were prior discussions of a substantial proposed penalty, and he did request that we have this video conference just to make a presentation, let Mr. Colitis speak. It's my understanding that the employee involved in the date of this violation was immediately let go, and Swiston's has taken measures to make sure that everybody now employed has ATAP certification, including all new employees have to be certified before hire. And other than that, I would also like to note that this is a small family-owned business which operated at a pretty big loss for 2014. And under the circumstances, we're just asking that the court that the members consider a more lenient penalty. And I'll let Mr. Colitis speak or answer any questions, or if you have any questions for me.
I don't have any questions. The comment I have is that this is the second underage sale. The first one was in 2012, and there were two young ladies that went in and ordered and was served at this time. This was 2014. So that concerns me. I understand that you terminated the employee that sold, but these were two individuals who I believe were 19 years old that went in and they were served. So the supervision, I appreciate the fact that you terminated the individual, but the supervision has to be there. The penalties only go up. You paid $2,000 last time, and that I'm sure we took into consideration your licensing history with no adverse at that time. But the penalties increase, and it's only been since 2012. You got to work on your supervision. That's really what I'll take into consideration, is that you have a scanner now, or what are you
Yes,
doing differently?
We are purchasing a scanner, and I mean, we understand the severity of smuggling minors, but we have operated there for 30 years with only one prior, and it's a neighborhood tavern. We definitely like to keep the neighborhood in good standing, and we don't want to discount the severity of the action of serving the underage person, but we're taking measures and certifying everybody ATAP and making sure that we're looking to build this business. This is something that we are looking to expand on in the future and add more seats. And it's a real estate holding now operating as a long-standing tavern, but it's something that we have much bigger plans for, and we just wanted to come and explain ourselves to you and
You say a bigger tavern, how many people does it hold?
Currently, it's 100 seats, and we have outdoor seating. It's a seasonal establishment. We have boating docks, and people pull up, and we definitely keep that safety in mind. I mean, we've been there for 30 years. We've never had an accident or any other severe complications that could occur when alcohol is involved in the situation.
Originally, I had 6,500, just based on that there were 2 individuals that got served. I understand your bartender did ask for ID, but obviously that didn't, help with the sale. At least, being that you have been licensed since 1988, this is the second. I'll actually implement our usual for a second time sale, which would be 5,000. I would vote for a penalty of 5,000 instead of 6,500.
I'll take 5,000.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. Albany, item 1093. Behold One Corp., Wine and Spirit World.
Good morning, members. My name is Karen Greco. I'm with Glenn F. Cabista and Associates. I'm here today with Mr. Cabista and our client, Ms. Nisha Patel of Behold One Corp., the sole principal.
Okay.
The proposed store is located in a shopping. I'm
Before
sorry.
you continue, I see that there was opposition. Is there anyone in opposition there? Oh, thank you.
There's no one in opposition.
Okay. All right, continue.
Thank you. The proposed store is located in a shopping plaza. The shopping plaza currently has a ShopRite, a Family Dollar store, a nail spa, Walgreens Pharmacy, Key Bank, and 2 restaurants. The nearest store is Mid-Valley Wine and Liquor, which according to the GIS is 2,125 feet as the crow flies. However, there is no direct path to this location. You have to travel over a heavily trafficked North Plank Road and drive east to the Mall Access Road. You have to then drive up a hill to access the parking lot of this other location on the far side of their mall. The proposed location provides customer convenience to the ShopRite, Walgreens, Family Dollar, and Key Bank patrons without having to get back into their cars and travel to another location. The ShopRite Plaza also has parking facility for over 200 vehicles and has access and egress not only from North Plank Road, but also from Chestnut Lane.
Ma'am, can you put your name on the record as well as your client?
Karen Greco.
Okay.
And Nisha Patel.
Okay, because I have a Glenn Kubista.
Yes, Glenn.
Is the representative?
Yes, member. Mr. Greco is part of my staff.
Okay. All right, just wanted to make sure I'm speaking to the person who prepared the application. I have another question for your client, Ms. Patel. I understand you live about almost an hour away from this location. How did you find this?
Through searching, I wanted something in the Orange County, that area. That's where I'll be living. So driving around, I actually came upon that location.
Okay, when you say you'll be living, the address, because I saw that you were originally from Illinois.
Yes, I moved here over a year ago.
Okay, to the current address that we have on your application, or are you moving from that location as well?
I'm moving from that location as well. I have a deposit in Woodbury right now, and it's Lamplight Village. Actually, I haven't actually moved in there because I'm trying to move into a bigger place because I work solely from home. So I needed a bigger office space. But I will be living in that facility.
So my question is, your manager is going to be Sarika Patel?
Yes.
And I understand in this email exchange you said that you have no blood relations to Ms. Patel. Or is it Mr. Patel? Sarika is a man or woman? Ms.? Ms. Patel.
Yes.
So you have no blood relations here.
No.
Is Ms. Patel's spouse the licensee for Bowl Corporation?
I believe so.
Okay, so now the Bowl Corporation has it owns it's a licensee, correct, of a liquor store.
Yes.
Okay. And so
The name of her store
is
this.
Bowl One, and you explained it as Bowl is very common because it's another name for God. I actually chose Bowl One because Bowl was not available, so the name similarity was a pleasant surprise. So you're telling me your manager's spouse owns a license called Bowl Corporation, and
Yes.
the fact that you chose Bowl One is a total coincidence because the name means God, and you didn't know from your manager that her husband's store was also Bowl, named Bowl?
No, well, it's not Bowl, it's Bole. And no, I didn't. Yeah, and so that's another name for God. And again, we met at a
But your
temple.
manager never mentioned to you that, oh, by the way, my husband's store is
No,
also
this
Bowl.
is after. I mean, doing the corporation, I mean, that didn't include her when I did my corporation. So we did find out afterwards. So.
And how did you meet her?
Bole Corp was taken. I tried.
No, how
Bole
did you
Corp.
meet her? Ms.
Oh,
Patel.
through the temple? Through the temple.
How long have you known her?
A little over a year.
Did you have any interest in opening a liquor store prior to meeting her?
I did. I have distant relatives in Illinois who actually do have liquor stores. This was something, I wanted to do for a while now. And since I live here now, I decided to do it here in this location.
But what made you move to New York?
Family. My grandparents live over here, and my sister and nephews also live in the area.
And the type of work you do, you said you work from home?
Yes.
And what type of work do you do?
Oh, I work for a global human resource outsourcing corporation.
And is
We
that
also do
company
risk-
based here in New York?
It's based globally, but yes, it's in New York as well.
It's New York-based global corporation.
So you're going to continue to work from home and manage the store? Well,
Ms.
you have
Patel's
Ms.
gonna
Patel
manage,
as
yeah.
your manager, right?
Yes, I'm not quitting my day job. I mean, that's my career, and this is just something I'm doing on the side. And I'll be working nights and weekends, so.
And your funds for this are totally your own, and Ms. Patel or Ms.
Completely.
husband, they have no financial interest in this except that you'll be paying them a salary?
Exactly.
Has Mr. Patel been hired as a consultant by you in any form?
No, I mean, I don't deal with Mr. Patel at all. I'm friends with Sarika, and she'll be managing it. And the people that I'll be consulting are my relatives in Illinois who do own liquor stores. They'll be my main source.
Why would you go and get consulting from somebody in Illinois when your manager's husband has a lot of experience with managing a wine store here?
Because I don't deal
I mean,
with
not that
them.
you can't. You can get advice from anybody
Yeah.
anywhere in the world.
I mean,
I'm
because
just,
I trust my family.
I don't like, yeah, it's just,
I
do
mean,
you
I trust
understand
my
our line of
family members.
questioning? Do you
Yeah, no,
understand?
I absolutely do. I absolutely do, but you've also got to understand that, I would trust family over a stranger. I might be friends with Sarika, but I don't know her husband well. So, I mean, to go to him for advice, I don't know, it's a little off-putting for me.
But you say trust family. Sarika's going to be running your whole entire business, this whole investment that you're doing. You're trusting to her.
Exactly, but I will be looking at the books. I will be there evenings and weekends. I mean, this is something that is going to be under my control as well. So I'll have oversight. So if there's anything that doesn't look right, I'll be able to catch that.
And the products you hope to sell?
The wine and liquor?
What percentage wine, what percentage liquor?
Mainly wine. I would say about 80-20.
Domestic, imported?
A little bit of both.
So does Ms. Patel help her husband manage his store currently?
I don't think she does right now. She has obviously helped in the past, but she has nothing to do with it anymore.
Is she on his applications as a manager? Hey, we could either bring her in or, I mean, there's already, oh, I'm ready to vote, but.
Did you have any question for licensing to know if
Yes,
Patel was on?
she's checking right now. So do you know who your closest competitor is?
I mean, there's a couple of liquor stores. There's one really big one. I don't have the name right now offhand.
Do you know any of your four closest liquor store competitors? Or have you ever been inside that really large liquor store?
Yeah, I've driven by there.
Have you ever been inside?
No.
Okay, so you don't know how big it is actually.
Well, it's like a Binny's.
What does that mean?
Binny's is a store in Illinois that illegally ships into New York. It's a massive store.
I see.
I just happen to know. Their cease and desist will be coming.
You know, I don't know if you'd want to reconsider, you know, you're less than 0.4 miles away. Your nearest competitor has 15,000 square feet of space. And you're proposing to open up a 1,400 square foot. And, you know, competition's great, but
Right.
you don't even know who your competitor is, and you're coming in from Illinois a year ago. You happen to meet this person at a temple who becomes your manager, whose husband has the same name as the liquor store you're about to open up, and just...
It's convenience, right?
Ms. Patel's location is for public convenience. It's a shopping plaza.
Okay.
It has a residential area behind. It has a side access road. So those folks living behind the shopping plaza will not have to cross a main road to go to the big store on the other side of the street. So those folks coming in doing their grocery shopping at ShopRite or running into the pharmacy will be able to just walk across the parking lot to Ms. Patel's store and pick up their bottle of wine to take home.
How many other locations did you look at?
I looked at a few, but I like this one, this old bank. I mean, it's in a ShopRite parking lot. I mean,
What were the other locations that you looked at?
I looked at one closer to Middletown, but there's a lot of traffic and stuff there, and I wanted to be a little further away, further out. I mean,
Just one other location?
Yeah.
And who were showing you these locations?
We were just driving around looking at them.
Who's we?
Me and my sister.
And did you have a realtor, anybody who was showing you these locations?
No, once we found it, like, we basically got in touch with them, with the location, the realtors, and then had them show it to us. But this is the place I wanted, and that's why I was, like, stuck on this particular place. Yeah.
When are you planning to move?
When am I planning to move?
Yes.
Hopefully June 1st.
Okay, so you already have a lease, or you're purchasing a home?
I have a deposit down, and an actual apartment. The problem is I want a bigger location, so there is another one becoming available in the next few weeks. Someone's moving out, so it will just, the deposit will be transferred to the bigger location as long as, you know, the people still move out, and then I can get the place by June 1st. But it'll still be at Lamplight Village.
I would like a confirmation on the new address that she's moving to. Did you say you have a lease already for that new location?
No, I just have the application and deposit down. I haven't signed a lease because I did not want to, I wanted a bigger apartment. The other one was a little smaller than I'd liked, so that's why we held off.
Okay, can you actually forward us a copy of your new address where that will be? And I'd like to talk to your manager as well. Can she be here the 2nd? What, June 2nd is our next board meeting?
June 2nd.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to your manager as well. And so if you can forward your new address to us so we can have that on record, and as well as your manager being present.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll see you June 2nd.
Thank you.
$1091, AJT Holdings.
Good morning, Commissioners Green and Kim. Anthony Casal here today with the licensee principals, James and Anna Tomeno. We're here today asking for reconsideration due to a couple of unfortunate circumstances. The first was, for whatever reason, neither the licensee nor their attorney received the ALJ report, so therefore never submitted a statement and were not aware of the March 24 meeting. Because they didn't appear, you folks imposed a penalty at that day. It wasn't until they received the penalty notice that they realized the matter had been adjudicated. And on that very day, their attorney wrote a letter asking for a copy of the report so he could submit a statement. And unfortunately, very tragically, the attorney passed away suddenly that afternoon. And so the law firm, I mean, there's no other lawyers in the firm, the law firm referred them to me for guidance, and when I submitted the request for reconsideration, which is before you, but then also upon meeting with the licensees, I realized they're the only two people that were actually at the hearing, the only two people most familiar with the case. So rather than trying to re-argue the case, I thought we'd have them submit a statement. They're really here to speak on their own behalf today, but they submitted a statement to you, and they would like to address you if you grant the reconsideration, please.
Yes, I'll grant the reconsideration. This is in lieu of the record that, as you representing them currently, the original reconsideration is actually for them to have an opportunity to controvert and to reopen the decision.
Right.
So in lieu of that, they would like to address us.
Well, they sent you you have a statement before you.
I do
They
have
sent a
it.
statement, which is basically a statement of controversion that they submitted based on their review of the hearing report and what they observed at the hearing, and they would like to talk to you about that and also about the penalty phase. But let me let Mr. Tomeno, if you wish, if it please you, let Mr. Tomeno, Mrs. Tomeno address you on the subject matter at hand.
The reconsideration, I'll grant the reconsideration. Do you have the additional submissions? Okay.
It's kind of big.
Well, I have it.
Let me quickly.
Have you been able to read the submission? It was sent in a week ago.
Yes. I do have it from the licensees themselves, and they talk about the hearing. I'm going to have them address us. Okay, go ahead.
Let Mr. Tomeno speak, please.
Good morning, chairs. We had the hearing with the administrative law judge back about a year ago in January and February. The only witness that was called by the State Liquor Authority was John Meyer, the investigator. My wife and I have held this liquor license since August of 2005, and before the matter now, we've never had any type of issue or referral to the State Liquor Authority. We've also been investigated twice since the night in question. We were investigated October 31st of 2014 with no issue and no problems. We were also investigated a couple of weeks ago by the State Liquor Authority. April 25th, I believe, was the day, and we have not received any information that there was any issues that night either. We employ a state-of-the-art scanner that we purchased. We have hired licensed security guards checking IDs. On the night in question, it seems as though 4 underage patrons were admitted into our place, and they were served. They were not admitted.
Question for you.
Sure.
As it relates to, you described in your letter that your premise is open to all ages up until 10 p.m.
That's correct.
After 10 p.m., you have everyone over 21.
That's correct, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. And so the individuals that are there prior to 10, do they stay and get, you scan their identification if they decide to stay after 10 p.m.?
That's correct. So if there's patrons inside our location at that moment, we would ask them to present identification. When the licensed security come on, they're in charge of the scanning device. They, in fact, go around the entire place, and if there's anybody inside still, because we change over from a dinner crowd to more of a nightlife type crowd, at that moment when that happens, the licensed security guards go around. If there's anyone that's scanned and their ID is checked, because we just don't scan the licenses, we also cross-check the licenses and make sure that they are legitimate, as we can tell. And if they're under 21 years old, they are asked to leave.
Okay, but in your submission, I did see a list of scanned ID and some that are specified as expired.
Yes, ma'am.
And even in your statement, they're still admitted into the location.
If they have an expired ID, they are asked for the piece of paper that the DMV gives to them that offers a temporary driver's license or ID during that time. So that is not able to be scanned. So what we do is we make sure that we scan their ID and then we cross-check the paper that's received from the DMV.
Okay, and then
yes.
No, because in your submissions, I did see that you included a list of your scanner, I guess, printout. And there were some that were obviously expired. You did describe the procedure, but particularly with one of the individuals that were found to be underage and drinking at your establishment, that person did not have any identification. And I see in your submission you say that, there's so many different procedures that individuals will try to get into your location, whether they're passing back IDs or using alternative forms of identification. My concern is that there were multiple individuals, I think it was about 17 individuals that were underage, but the individuals that were interviewed by our investigator were actually observed with an alcoholic beverage. So,
Commissioner, just to interject, there were over 700 people scanned. You have a report that we submitted with their statement. 700 were scanned. When your investigator arrived, the police had already been there. The police had corralled about 21 people into a separate area. So unfortunately, the investigator never saw anything except the people standing there. He interviewed 21 that they corralled. 17 signed a statement that they neither received nor consumed alcohol that evening.
And what were the ages of those individuals? Were they all over 21?
No. These are the underage. 17 did not consume. The charges relate to 4.
I'm just going over facts because you're...
Right, I'm trying to put it in perspective.
No one is allowed over 21 after 10 p.m.
Because the scanning system, apparently these very sophisticated IDs can even fool the scanning system. That's the problem most licensees are facing, not only here but around the state. The scanning system is state-of-the-art. Now, if in fact these people were under the age, none of them received a ticket for fraudulent possession of a false ID, and none of them were cited or ticketed for possessing alcohol. The police, for some reason, did not cite them. At the hearing, as I read the report, the only witness was the SLA investigator. No one is disputing what he says, but no one appeared from the police department, and none of these individuals appeared. to testify whether they were there or not. And I believe that if you read the report, even the ALJ noticed it. Parts of the statements he found to be inaccurate, but he admitted them anyway. So it's very, very difficult for these licensees to operate under these circumstances. And that's what they're trying to explain here, that this is not, even though they're responsible for the operation of the establishment. If you look at the photographs, they corralled them into a single file line entering the premise, scanned one at a time. It's not a mass scanning. If you leave the premise to go outside and see someone or get a smoke, you have to be scanned again coming in. We have photographs there which will help you just understand how plus all the warning notices are posted. I guess their frustration here, and Mr. Chimino explains it better than I do, is they just don't know what to do from this point forward. And they're trying very hard, and they really feel that they're the only people being blamed here, when in fact others may be at blame for fault as well.
Well, the individuals standing next to you are the licensees who apply for a license. They're responsible for this location. I understand you gave us a long list of things that you do to check identification. It's not working. With the 4 individuals that we found that were at your location under, these are the ones that were actually interviewed by our investigator, found to be in possession of alcoholic beverages. We imposed a $10,000 penalty for those multiple underage individuals that were observed to be with beverages. Normally, with 17 kids that were underage, I agree that they were not observed with an alcoholic beverage. Normally, we would cancel that license. With the $10,000 was specifically because so many underage was actually present. Obviously, your scanning is not working because there were multiple kids in there that were not over 21. So that's obviously not working for you. I'm not saying that you are not doing, you're not scanning IDs, but obviously I can't fathom that these 17, 18, 19, 20-year-olds all possess false IDs that cost, $700 and up. And that's what you're alleging in your statement to us, saying that they have these cutting-edge, false identifications that no scanner can be, no scanner can detect them. Then I don't think this is your line of work. If you cannot protect the public by keeping individuals out of your establishment who are underage, I don't know how your process, whatever you do to scan these IDs, is not working. So instead of either changing your security, changing the scanner you're using, other than that, how are we allowing you to operate with the understanding that you can absolutely do nothing else to combat the kids from coming into your establishment and being served?
I appreciate your opinion, and I take it very seriously, as I do my liquor license. I've been operating since August of 2005. In 2012, we realized that there was a prevalence of false identification. We were seeing IDs that had the same watermarks, the same decals, everything that were issued by state licenses. Have you submitted them to the PD? Have you submitted them? Yes, we have. We've collected them, and the police department has given no option for you to... That is correct. That is correct. We have asked your SLA investigators to help us. We have asked the state troopers. They actually asked us at some point what do you think about this particular ID? This is a major issue and problem, not just for me, but for every licensee. These licenses that are coming out right now are incredible. They're not like the old chalked IDs that I experienced back in August of 2005. They have all the Department of Motor Vehicles insignias. They look as though they're issued by state agencies. They have the patrons' names and photographs exactly the way that they look. The physical appearance is exactly who they are. We've cross-checked the information that we scan off of the license, and we make sure that it's the same on the scanner. We also ask for a second form of ID if we think that maybe there is, in fact, a fake ID being used. They'll produce credit cards, school IDs, and all of those things. For anyone to
Has
say
the
that they
police
were in...
department, when you've submitted these identification, these false IDs to the police department,
We're not allowed to take them. We're not allowed to take licenses. You don't allow us to do that. We used to do that years ago.
have they conducted any investigation into, a rampant false identification that is in your area, that this is going to at least propel your argument saying that, this is a rampant occurrence?
Most recently, Chuck Schumer, he's tried to shut down the fake ID mills that are making them from China. I mean, this is a huge problem that I'm having, and when I tell you that there's very little that I can do, I am doing my due diligence and checking every single patron that walks through that door. I have 2 entrances. We close down the other entrance, and we only allow them to come in one entrance. We have 2 to 3 security guards, depending on how busy it is at the front door. Myself stands there on occasion. My wife runs behind the bar. And so we're doing the best that we can because we know how serious an offense this is, and we know that we live in a college town. And we do offer an upscale, high atmosphere with an incredible light show and sound system after 10 o'clock. We offer fantastic, programmed music, and the people are trying to come in. And just because we scanned 700 licenses that evening, that does not mean that all of those licenses, patrons, were allowed inside.
May I ask what year you bought your scanner?
I bought it in August of 2012.
So I'm not an expert in this area of scanners, right? And I'm very sympathetic to what you're saying. If your argument is true that they have these sophisticated false IDs and you're doing everything you can, obviously there's a good record of you scanning and everything that you're saying with the record of not having any adverse history for 7.5 years while you were in operation corroborates everything you're saying. So I'm persuaded that you're doing your best and, trying to do what you need to do to prevent this from occurring. The fact of the matter is, like you said, in 2012 you started seeing more sophisticated IDs, and all your violations occurred on the same day in 2013, January. I think much like antivirus software and whatnot, things are happening so fast, you're either going to have to update your scanner with new software.
I have.
Excuse me?
I get constant updates every 3 months that's constantly updated. I purchased a new scan machine about a year ago.
Yeah, no, that's good. And what I'm saying is that if the particular company, again, like antivirus software, there's updated versions of a particular company's software, but there are some that are better than others. And maybe what you might consider at this point, now that they're getting more and more sophisticated, and if the one that you're using is not working, to look for alternatives. I know it's a burden to constantly have to invest in scanners and to switch scanners, and I do understand that. As a small business, it is a big burden and it's unfair, and that more has to be done. I think harder punishments have to come down on people who use fake IDs, people who create the fake IDs, and those are matters for the legislators to really take action on. And unfortunately, you nor we there's nothing we can do about it at this point. But given all that you're saying, I'm willing to come down on the penalty because you've persuaded me that you are trying to do your best, but I would really recommend that you really do more research if you can on another particular scanner that might be a little bit more updated, or are picking up the false IDs that you're having trouble with. That's all I can say at this point, because otherwise, if everybody came here and said the false IDs are beating the scanners and there's nothing we can do about it, then you could understand from our perspective as well, when we have to guard the public health, welfare, and safety, we have to put the burden on the licensee. Whether it's fair or not, that's the only way we can control the sales to minor at this point. So given all that, I'm willing to come down. I think Commissioner Green would also be willing to consider the circumstances.
What's your, what will you?
Well, we have 10,000. I'm willing to just lump this together into one and go with 3,500.
35, no, I can't do 3,500.
Could I offer one other thing, please? On the night in question, I asked Investigator Meyer to take the IDs that were confiscated by the state police and the city police and scan them through my machine to see whether or not I did in fact do that. He told me that that was not necessary. And I'm going to tell you that I think it would have carried a lot of weight with you.
Yeah, my reason for coming down to 3,500, sorry to interrupt, but I think we just had this discussion at this point where my reason for coming down is I would really like you to look into investing either in an upgrade of software or another more sophisticated scanner, because I'm sure there's a business out there for this too, right? As the hackers and the false IDs get more sophisticated, the scanner companies get more sophisticated, and so there should be something out there. And so for me, that's where the kind of larger deduction from where we were. But, we'll have to have Commissioner Green weigh in on this.
I just want to see if there's any outstanding violations, because I did read that our investigators have been out, or the police department has been out. And you have not had any violations since?
No. No, I have not.
So that weighs. But is there anything outstanding? And there's nothing pending. I would go down to 5,000 just because the fact that we've been out there multiple times and we have not had any violations since. But I have to warn you. I have to warn you, though. This argument worked today, and your good licensing history, but you can't rely on just the technology, whether it's the training of your security, the training of your staff, or even a second point of sale check of ID for the individual. Because you've mentioned in your papers you submitted, kids could pass IDs back and forth, but maybe you're going to have to consider at the point of sale checking IDs again. Because this worked now. And I truly, honestly believe that you're trying everything possible. But if it's not working, you have to change it. What that would be, I don't know. Like Commissioner Kim has suggested, the technology, but the training of your staff, you have to make sure that these individuals you can accurately state that they're providing you accurate identification.
I have done the research on this. I have done the research on this, and the only way that possible to do it is if New York State will allow us to be tapped into the Department of Motor Vehicles, and that's not going to happen. I've had lengthy conversations with the state police, and I've had plenty of conversations with the State Liquor Authority, and I'm telling you that this is a big problem, and it puts me at they will not give the people felonies that possess this ID. If they did, that would definitely go a long way with stopping this from happening.
So Commissioner Green, would you consider 4,000, just considering that it was all on one day, everything happened? It wasn't a joke, this is serious stuff. No, but I mean, it happened on the same day, they've been out subsequently, and I think, but I do want to see the investment into something that you're looking to upgrade, because it has been 3 years, and even if you're updating the software, it might be that the actual machine itself might need an upgrade.
Okay.
4,500?
All right, let me take another sip. No, 4,500.
All right.
Okay. I'll agree to
4,500,
that.
thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Might blow it out even more.
Got me up.
Albany.
I saw the ideas. You wouldn't know. See those ideas. Thanks, Rose.
Yeah.
Thank you.
1092, Musamart.
Good morning, Commissioner Green and Commissioner Kim, and the full board.
Yes, good morning. We received information, it's complete, you were asking for reconsideration, I'm ready to grant it.
Yes, I'll grant it as well.
And it will be returned to licensing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
State your name for the record.
All right, I was Attorney Mayor Fakuri and Musa Neshwat, the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany, Rose?
We're all set, thank you.
you. First item here, 1103, Waylon Seymour.
Morning. Morning. Warren Pazetsky for the applicant. We are not going to repeat everything that we did a few weeks ago.
But I can even make it shorter. Is there anything new as it relates to the community board?
Yes, there is. But
Okay.
just before that, I would like just two people to briefly speak to you who took time out of their day to come here and, you know,
Do you have
including-
the submission in writing from the community board? And
It's not the community board, but if I could just let Diana Reyna, the deputy borough president of Brooklyn, speak to you briefly first.
excuse me, if you can't sit here and give equal opportunity or consideration to individuals speaking, then we're going to have you step outside and then return back when you're able to allow us to hear the individuals.
So she took time out of her day to come here. She
Sure.
could speak briefly.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I just wanted
Can you
to,
state your name for the record again?
of course, it's Diana Reyna, R-E-Y-N-A, and I'm here as the Deputy Borough President, and I was also the former council member in this district. I submitted my letter of support for this particular application, and I just wanted to read it. If it's not something that...
Can you summarize it in...
Of course.
Of course. Appreciate it.
I just wanted to express full support for this application. I was personally involved in the establishment of certain concerns that were raised in the community by the community board and worked in expressing the coordination with the Department of Transportation to be able to resolve parking matters, as well as being able to address what were certain concerns with the Landmarks Commission, to be able to address what would be a landmark location, to be able to express support for this establishment and its current use. We look forward to seeing this establishment, and I was satisfied and continue to be, as I have monitored, having progressed from the local council member to deputy, to being able to understand exactly how this particular establishment has positively impacted our community, to be able to understand any particular issues. There have been certain concerns concerning parking. As I mentioned before, we had addressed that, and we continue to see what is improvement to our community of North Brooklyn in the Los Ures community to deal with a lot of the development, not exclusive to this one establishment, but in a very holistic approach to a lot of traffic mitigations in the North Brooklyn community. And I'm here for any questions if you have.
At least when this application came to the board, we did receive multiple correspondence and individuals coming to the board to state their opposition. Have you mediated between the community and this applicant? And what outreach have you done to the community and the residents that reside in this area?
So in the past, we had worked with the community board on the issues of parking, as I mentioned before.
Specifically for this applicant?
Specifically for this applicant, when I was the council member in this community. The most recent developments as far as individuals who have come together to oppose this application never filed any complaints with my office when I was the council member. And I came to understand by name only the Lower Broadway Association, and in trying to cooperate with their concerns and addressing their concerns. They seem to be the same concerns that we heard from the community board as far as traffic issues and the concern as far as the occupancy, right? And the issues as far as meeting with the community board. The borough president's office appoints the community board members. He came himself to meet with the district manager. I was present as well. There were certain members of the community board that were not able to attend. That particular meeting was dismissed because there was a miscommunication between members of the board and the chair. But we have, to my understanding, there is a resolution that has come before. We've attempted to be able to facilitate those meetings in the past, as well as the community board itself. And I believe that that has been satisfied as of this weekend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Deputy Borough President, I have a couple questions. So,
Resolution?
the resolution you're talking about, it's already,
Yes.
okay.
I just wanted to, I'll get.
Got it, okay. Another question I had was, so we did receive protests from Senator Squadron, Senator Dillon, Assemblymember Lental, and I'm just wondering, either while you were a council member or currently in your position, if you had any discussions with them about the differences in opinion?
I've had recent conversations with the senator, Senator Squadron, senator whose district he understands this is not in, but impacts his district. The Assemblyman, Joe Lental. Senator Dillon, I have not had conversations. I am not sure if the borough president has had, but as the deputy, I spoke to Assemblyman Lental, and he certainly has expressed that prior to the operations of a full year of this establishment, he had concerns. But this is now a year later. He's observed that the actual establishment has been nothing but of professional operations. They have consulted with our local precinct and commanders to be able to run what would be the tightest operation so that it reduces any negative impact on community.
And this was very recent, you said?
This was most recently, yes, in the last 5 months.
Do we have anything in writing that he switched his position, or do you have anything in writing?
I don't have anything in writing.
Okay.
I only spoke to him.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have other people, but I can see you would rather cut to the chase of the agreement with the community. And I'm just going to, so I'm going to skip a lot of stuff because I think you are all.
When you say community, are you talking about community board, or are you talking about lower Broadway?
I'm talking about lower Broadway.
No, I'm talking about community board.
There has not been, as you may recall, when we were here a month or two ago.
So the resolution that you said yes to while you were standing there, you were referring to the lower Broadway?
Yes.
Not the community board resolution?
Not the community board itself. It became apparent at the meeting here that it was going to be much more fruitful to deal with a smaller group than the community board.
No, but that's
itself.
saying that you weren't able to come to an agreement with the community board, so you decided to go with a smaller group that did come to some agreement with you. That's what it sounds like to me when you say it that way.
It's as a formal matter, you know, the community, getting through a community board process is incredibly time-consuming.
Right, but everyone has to do it.
And it was done over a year period. There were a lot of misunderstandings. And basically what the community board and what most community boards do is they respond to much more localized organizations that are the areas that are actually impacted.
So you're saying the community board's responding to the LBBA?
Yes, that happens in every.
But we haven't heard anything from the community board if they're responding to.
Well, some of the members are run parallel. There's some of the members.
I get that, but community board's the community board.
But on the other hand, and by the way, I do have other.
I just want to know what happened with the community board, because part of why we.
Nothing is a formal matter with the community board.
Is there anyone here from the community board?
There are people here that are members. 3 members. Yeah. And they haven't.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right. Good, Mr. Lewis.
Okay. But every community board, and I know you guys don't go to as many community board meetings as I do. Community boards, as you certainly know, are, although not so much in Community Board 5, actually, they're very large areas. Most of them, certainly in Manhattan and in Brooklyn, and now also in the Bronx and Queens, I don't know about Staten Island, are very responsive to the more local civic organizations, the block associations, the tenant associations, that are most impacted by a location, and generally will follow the lead of those more localized organizations. Because why would somebody living 2 miles away have a particular interest in the quality of life 2 miles from them, except as a member of the community board and being responsive to the people in that area. So after that meeting, and it took a while to get everybody together, there have been extensive negotiations with the Lower Broadway Association.
How many members of the Lower Broadway membership was at this particular meeting?
2, but everybody's been in the loop. There have been emails.
So there were 2 members, and how many members does this organization
That
have?
I do not know. Hundreds. But they've all been part of the communication.
So how is membership defined? Just if you live in that area?
That area.
No, the hundreds of people who are members.
Signed up and given this petition.
Actually, could you step to the podium, please, sir?
My name is Trev Huxton, the president of the Lower Broadway Block Association. And I wanted to make a longer statement. If I may start, I will.
Maybe for now, just to answer the question, and then you can have your opportunity later.
We have many hundreds of members that we've met individually, have signed petitions in opposition to this, and other...
I'm trying to understand the membership. How do you define it?
It runs from Kent Avenue to Havermeyer, basically, and blocks east, north and south.
But is there a paid
No, it's not
membership? It's voluntary. Did they sign something that says I'm a member, or are you just including a geographical area?
Including the area that we operate in. I don't reach outside of that, and the members are the people that come to our meetings and talk to us. This process that happened was, obviously, we decided to do this in a small group. There were 4 of us, and it was at a good deal. It was good for both sides. The compromise is unpleasant for everybody, and we returned to our membership and told them and came to a consensus.
So how many people come to your membership meetings?
At times, we have hundreds.
Well, where do you meet?
You often meet at the diner. We've had 1,500 people in and around that corner.
You have 1,500 people at a meeting?
Yeah, it's filled out. Not for this event, but many years ago when we first started.
So this resolution that you brought it back to your membership, how many people was that?
A few hundred.
Do you have a list of your membership?
I don't have one with me.
Well, hi, my name is David Heimlich. Basically, most of the members are not involved in day-to-day, but many of them. But everybody has a different concern, some of the hours, and we did speak to those individuals who are very concerned, really right across or around the area, and we went with every detail on the discussion. But obviously, we did not go to everybody, and most of them say, David, whatever you do, what's good for you is good for us. But the concern was all over with everybody. There is not one building in the area that was not concerned. We have members from 26 Broadway. We have from other buildings. All of them were involved and know about the deal, and we discussed with them.
There are members directly across.
In addition to that, I just handed to the secretary 2 sets of papers. One is, and a lot of this even predates the resolution that was reached just in the last couple of days. But petition signatures from 600 residents of the general area and letters, form letters, admittedly, signed by 30 residents of the building right across the street. So we've tried to reach out to the greatest cross section we could, and as was just said, the document that was I don't know if you have seen it, commissioners, that was only generated over the last few days, that was emailed to Commissioner O'Brien yesterday, initialed by both sides, covering all of the concerns that have been raised previously. And then today, just today, I was handed a slightly, which I can hand up, I only have 1 copy for me and 1 copy for you. It is in substance the same as what was emailed yesterday to Commissioner O'Brien. It's just a cleaner copy. The substance is virtually identical as far as I could tell. I just got it this morning. And it covers the hours. There were concerns with the numbers of events, the hours of events. This seems to cover all of the community's concerns. And as was said, by the president of the association, it was transmitted as best as possible to as wide a cross-section of the community as possible.
Did an invitation go out to the community board members?
I don't know. There is some cross-membership, for sure, between the associations. It was, I think, everybody's feeling on both sides of the issue that it was the Lower Broadway Association, which is the immediate area around this, that was most impacted. And from the standpoint of the law, the liquor authority is required to do two things.
Are you telling me what we're required to do really isn't what I'm concerned about is that I asked for it to be held over so you can meet with the community board.
I don't think the board was then Chairman Rosen's position.
I know,
it was to meet with the community and
if you want to
everybody.
wait and have the chairman vote on it?
No, I don't. But that was our understanding leaving here.
Commissioner, I kind of wanted to hear what Mr. Pozeski says we're required by law.
What
are the two things?
What you're not required to do is to follow a community board blindly.
Sure, that's
required
fine. What's
to
the other
consult
one?
with it and required to make a finding that the granting of the license is in the public interest, but not necessarily to follow a community board resolution blindly. So here, the community board had initially been guided by the Lower Broadway Association, the people who really live in this community. And it was the best way to negotiate. There were hundreds of man-hours put into these negotiations. If you try to do that with 52 people, you wind up with a camel instead of a horse.
So, Mr. Pozeski, you're arguing then that the whole basis of the community board doesn't make sense because it covers too wide of a geographic area, too much diverse interest. No, but that's what you're saying is that the community board should defer to any local group or. Well, that's your whole argument today.
It's not my argument. It's the idea of what happens out there. But
having served on the community board myself, that's not what always happens because
that was different.
Well, no, I've also covered other community boards in my lifetime, but that's not what happens at a community board. There are times when there are very local associations, and the reason why I asked for a defined membership is because in my experience, there have also been associations created that really had membership of maybe about 5, but when they take geographical membership definition, they have thousands of people, and it's the same few people who came and represented themselves as representing thousands of people, but you never saw any of them, and you never saw any of them in writing or in membership. There are no defined dues. So when you say the community board, what happens in practice is that they defer to local associations. I think the community board also has to make a decision as to who's representing what, and they take the greater interest into play, which is why, by law, we're not required to blindly follow the community board, but this is a 500-foot hearing, and by law, we do have to take into serious consideration the vote and the opinion of the local municipality, and in the New York City area, that's the community board, not the Lower Broadway Block Association or any other organization. And that's not me just coming out and making this up, right? So when your whole argument about the community board, 52 members, they can't really come to any, I wish you would just discontinue that line of argument, because we can argue about the community board and its purpose and efficacy in another discussion, but not today, please.
Should I give you some background? One thing first. I don't disagree with you, but if you would recall that when we were here, I guess it was almost 2 months ago, or maybe it was 2 months ago, and you heard from many, many people, you never heard directly from a representative of the community board saying this is the community board.
Exactly, which is why we gave you more time to go back and speak to the community board. And even if it's a 27 to 20, let's see, there's 52 community board members. If it's 27-25 vote, and it's very contentious. But the community board, if their bylaws say that they are majority rule, and they vote 27-25, I understand there's 25 people's vehement opposition, but if that's the bylaws of the community board, and the community board makes a resolution to that effect, then we have to take that into serious consideration. So we just want to know what the position of the community board is, which is why we gave a couple of months adjournment to hear that. But you come back today, and you haven't done that. You've come and handed us a piece of paper with a lot of writing on it. That's great. If that were the community board, that would be very helpful to us. But it's not the community board. So it makes it very difficult from our position to be able to rule on this with what we asked, the information that we needed.
Let me give, my name is Jed Marcus. Sure. I'm counsel to the applicant on real estate and business matters. I defer to Mr. Pizetsky in this forum. And I was involved in negotiations, and I want to give you some relevant facts. The negotiations were directly with the Lower Broadway Block Association, and both we and the Lower Broadway Block Association clearly recall that the direction from the chair and the commission at that point was not to meet with the community board, but to meet with the people who expressed opposition at the hearing. And I think both sides of the negotiation felt that. Nonetheless, of course, the community board was copied on every email that went back and forth during the course of the negotiations, and participated in the drafting of the document that's before you. Even as to this morning, a representative of the community board changed a couple of words on the document. So the community board has been intimately involved, and there are representatives of the community board here to comment on the agreement, and I believe their statement will be that they let the Lower Broadway Block Association take the lead, but are comfortable with the agreement. So I think that some of the concerns that
and if they have that in writing, we would accept that. Yeah. But you don't have anything from the community board that says we defer to the LBBA.
I agree. A representative here is willing to speak to it on the record. And that's what we have at this point.
Okay, so maybe we should go to that point.
You have the district manager here.
Okay, so maybe we could have the district manager speak.
I don't believe you're the district manager.
Are you the district manager,
I thought
sir?
this man in the tie was the district.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we don't have the district manager then, right?
I'm just a member of the board.
Okay, do we have anybody who is empowered by the community board to speak on behalf of the community board?
Myself, yes.
You've been empowered by the community board in what capacity? You are?
Actually, I'm a FLA member of the FLA committee.
Okay.
I was here. We wrote in the original memorandum that was sent in 2 months ago, was sent in by me, and it's written there, authorized by the chair of the board.
Your name?
Chair Abraham Perlstein. If you look at the original document, that was my name, authorized by the Alice Fuller, which is the chair of the board, and Bogdan and Tom Boris, who was the
Because if you had that document, I don't even know why we would have had this 2-month adjournment. What you're saying is that what you said is that you're in support, and that...
No. At that point, it was denied. We wrote there the reason why it was denied.
Okay.
Chairman Rosen at that time had asked us that let's give it another chance and see how things could be worked out between the parties. First, I want to just reiterate our deputy before mentioned that she was trying to intervene, try to work out something with the community. I will just show you here on record that on April 9th, we got a letter from the community board saying that Deputy Brooklyn Borough President had requested to meet jointly with the community board executive committee members and FLA review members with Mr. Carlos Perez in order to try to work out something. Everyone was available. We had a meeting to make sure to have scheduling that meeting. Except one person was not available to attend that meeting, but it was scheduled.
So the meeting was scheduled between who are the people?
With all the people, yes.
And who's the one person that was missing?
Tom Boris.
And what's his position?
He's the co-chair. He's the co-chair of the FLA committee.
With you?
With the FLA committee, with our chair, with our committee.
Okay.
Unfortunately, he was in California. He was not aware of the meeting, but he sent in a letter which is in the memorandum we just sent in a couple of days ago. Funny enough, that day, I'll have the email letters here, on April 20th, actually on April 20th, about 4:52 p.m., the meeting was called for 6 o'clock. Dear executive committee members and FLA review committee members, tonight's meeting was canceled by the deputy borough president. I'll give it on the record. And on the calendar of CB1, the Executive Committee and the FLA Review Committee was canceled at the behest of the Deputy Brooklyn Borough President. Because, well, Deputy would say that she was trying to move, that she alone had a conflict.
Can you go back to the podium, please? Thank you.
It's very disturbing to hear that. Now, in addition, when we came back from that meeting, we sat, and I have it in the correspondence with email. We were trying, the FA Committee's position was, let's see first what the association which the association will really represents the entire surrounding group, if they could work out something with each other, and they'll make sure for them to CC all the documents back and forth. If at a certain point we feel that we need to intervene, we'd be glad to come in and get involved. By the way, mentioning what the deputy mentioned before about the police department, that they're being like the police would be very uncomfortable with this place. As I mentioned at the last meeting, Lieutenant Apollo authorized me to say in public that that letter that he sent was no way an endorsement on the liquor license. It was just a matter of fact that he was advised by his legal advisor to write about the claims.
Okay, you were saying who does not endorse?
Lieutenant Apollo.
Okay.
From the 93rd. Trying to refer before that, as he would be going for it, he told me directly that I could mention his name.
In writing.
He said, just mention my name, quote, in public.
Okay, that doesn't help me.
That's all negative. I just wanted to comment on what the deputy had mentioned. Back to our story, they started negotiating back and forth. We felt many times, even at our original applications, if we see that there's a problem between the crowd, we try them to work it. We postpone our SLA, our meeting, and we try them to work it out between themselves, which didn't happen last time before the hearing.
So where do you find the negotiation and the Lower Broadway agreement? You're representing the community board stating what?
Yeah, we were following constantly these negotiations back and forth. It came to a certain point. Unfortunately, it took about 7 weeks until the applicant came forward.
And you're representing what specifically?
They came forward to offer some stipulations for the association, and we would follow with what's happening. We didn't hear nothing from them. It was only the last week and a half that they came around and tried to work out situations. I got a letter, email in the document, which I sent in that Diana Fleur offered for her to get involved at this point if they cannot work it out quick as soon as possible. Lucky enough, they got together. They realized it's actually at the 12th hour, they worked out agreement. It was CC'd to the couple of FLA members, including to the chair of the board, Diana Fuller. It's all a record on the letter that I sent you. You have the copies there. Comments were given them to correct this, correct that. The deal
So the SLA committee agrees with that Lower East Side Broadway resolution?
Yeah, we agree on it now.
But you're not representing the entire community board.
Okay, because yes, correct. Because the basics of our bylaws, what we understood was that we do not come back and re-vote a vote of denial. It was from the SLA at this point to decide to.
And the SLA committee did not have a vote and did not put pen to paper to say the SLA committee agrees with the stipulations.
We all agreed. Actually, we're all here. Actually, 4 of the members were all here, and we all agreed on it. On the.
How many members are in the SLA committee?
7.
And you said 4 of you are here. So all of you are not here, right?
We're here.
All 4 of you who are SLA members are here, but there are 7 members of the SLA, so all 7 members of the SLA committee are not here, right?
They're not all here.
Right. So what I would like to do is I would just kind of like to cut this semantics and trying to cut around of who's supporting what and kind of up there, because I used to be on the SLA committee of my community board. I would never dare to come before the SLA and even insinuate that if I had a personal different decision or a different opinion, or if 3 of my other fellow members had a different opinion, we would not stand here and kind of even hint that we were somehow representing the voice of the SLA committee or the community board. What we asked for was, and I'm reading the LBBA letter here from Mr. Trev Huxley, that dated April 21st, 2015, to Carlos Perez San Martin. It said, here, Chairman Rosen asked that you meet with Community Board 1 to see if an agreement could be reached between you and the Community Board regarding the operation of 175 Broadway. And then he does say that he strongly suggested that the people you need to meet are here in this room, right? So I get where you could have interpreted that as meaning LBBA members would be sufficient. From my sitting, and I was here too, and, excuse me, sir, I'm speaking, and Commissioner Green was also here, and Chairman Rosen is not, and the 2 of us, we understood, because it's a 500-foot hearing, that the community board would be the one to be consulted and would come back either yes or no opinion. They would come back with something, and that's what we were hoping to see today. So the last second LBBA, it's a great attempt at communicating with the community and other members of the community, and that helps. But I would like to see what the community board, what their official stance on this is. And I'm not going to blindly follow that either, but that's what I need to make an informed decision.
You've just heard, however.
Yes.
And by the way, it was a lot of people's understanding that the direction was to meet with the people that were here in opposition.
He said specifically meet with Community Board 1.
That was him. But a lot of us...
If we disagreed, we would have said something.
A lot of us that were here...
Let's stop with this. All I'm saying, please, we have a full house here. We keep going back and forth on this. Commissioner Green, I need to hear from the Community Board. What about you?
Yeah, let me just know who's all here. Who's here?
And everyone here should get to speak because they did come out.
But I have heard that it is in the, I don't know, I've never seen them, but you've heard from a member here that Community Board 1 does not rehear matters once they pass the resolution. So apparently, if that is so, and I've never seen their bylaws, well, we just heard it from this gentleman who's a member of the Community Board, that they don't rehear. They hear it once and they're done. That would not be fruitful, because they may not want to even hear it again.
It would be fruitful if that were the case. Somebody from the Community Board would say, according to our bylaws, we cannot rehear a denial, but at this time, we have no position or whatnot. You know, that would be helpful. I get that they don't hear, and I've never heard of an organization that never reconsiders anything. We even reconsider, right? So I just need to hear from the Community Board.
Okay, if that's the case.
Okay, no, but it's fine. Let me just get everyone on the record who's physically here.
Okay, I got his
No,
attorney.
let me have them introduce themselves on the record.
Everybody who's not in affiliation with the Community Board, please identify yourself.
No, we
Please
like to
don't
come
follow his direction. Please don't. Just ignore that prior. Anyone who's here on this application, can you just step up to the podium and put your name on the record for me? And what's your affiliation?
Sir, you can step away from the podium now.
My name is Alma Savoya. I'm on the Executive Committee of Community Planning Board 1. I'm on the SLA Committee, and I'm a Community Board member and a resident of the area.
Okay, and do
you have something you'd like to say? You might as well. We should give them
Your
a chance.
position.
They're all here, so if you don't repeat anything, please. But if you can say I agree with this point, that point, and then if you have additional points, please.
As an SLA community member, I voted to deny the application, and I haven't changed my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Tom Burrows, not the district manager of Board 1. I'm a member of Community Board 1. I'm a co-chair of the SLA Review Committee and the chair of the Consumer Affairs Review Committee, which does the sidewalk cafes, which is a whole other thing you don't have to do. The Community Board is still on record as opposed to the application from our 2 votes we had a year ago. And at the meeting the last time, my understanding was that there would be working out between the community group And the applicant, because the way I read that 500-foot rule, that last paragraph that says that the SLA can work out stipulations between the parties, that's the way I read it. But there's been no subsequent vote of the community board on this application. As I mentioned the last time, the application that we originally voted on was for a capacity of 547, and what we keep hearing here is an application for 1,063. So to us, that's a new application, but we still have on record that we're opposed to the application.
And is it your understanding of the bylaws that once something is denied, you can never reconsider?
I don't know anything about that.
I'm just asking.
I have no
Either know or
understanding
don't.
of that
Okay,
whatsoever.
thank
I
you.
mean, people come back to us over and over again with new applications. It's like, why are they here again? So.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
I'm Carlos Perez San Martin.
So, no, you've had your say, sir. Let other people speak, and then...
I'm Carlos Perez San Martin. I'm the applicant. What I want to say is it was my understanding from Chairman Rosen by then that what he said is not what Trev Huxley says on that email, that he ordered us to meet with the community board. He said the people that have to meet are here in this room. That is what he said. And our understanding is the opposing group, and that who was submitting the opposition by then, was the Lower Broadway Block Association. So we met and we worked out the two parties, the applicant and the Lower Broadway Block Association, and we came out with an understanding. And at all times, the community board members of the SLA committee were copied, and we're in understanding of how this was working out. And they were in agreement. Actually, as Mr. Pearlstein said this morning, there were a few words that were changed in the agreement by the community board members, and that was presented, and we agree upon that as well.
Again, when you say community board members, there's an SLA committee person and the co-chair of the SLA committee that are opposed to this. So I don't understand when you say there are community board members that change the language, and therefore that means they were actively participating and in agreement. Do you understand what I'm saying? I think we can cut that out, that we don't have an official position of the community board. So I would ask that everyone stop insinuating somehow or hinting that the SLA committee somehow speaks for the community board, because there's opposition even within the SLA committee that's present here today. So please, stick to the points of, has the community board come together and given an official position? And the answer is a resounding no from what I've heard. So do you understand what I'm saying?
I do understand what you're saying. I personally managed to do what we were commanded to do by Mr. Chairman Rosen, and was meet the people in this room and work something out.
I don't doubt
that's our goodwill,
right.
and our.
I don't doubt your goodwill, and I know what I read in that letter was my understanding of what happened. That he said to meet with Community Board 1, but he also added, the people in this room are the ones you need to also meet with. So that was my understanding. That was Commissioner Green's understanding. That was Council Flug's understanding. That was our board's understanding, and I understand what you and other people understood, and it's a totally legitimate misunderstanding, or even a correct understanding, but it's different from what our understanding was. And so for us to make the decision, we need what we thought we understood it to be, right?
I understand what you're saying, sir. I remember Mr. Pesetsky asking Mr. Chairman Rosen if we had to go back to community board, and he said we didn't have to go back to community board. This is my understanding, and I wish we could check the record.
But excuse me, we can do a couple of things, Commissioner Green, if you'd like.
But let me just ask this just for a second. The individuals that were here in the last board meeting were also members of the community board. But from what I understand is that the agreement that you submitted was from the Lower Broadway Association, and there were only 2 members present. And the individuals that were here were also members of the community board that obviously weren't present when this resolution was drafted. So if you say you met with everyone in the room and your understanding was just the individuals in the room, there were some individuals that did not represent. They're not represented in this document. But I just wanted to have that comment. I want to hear from our
CEO.
Your CEO now, Deputy Commissioner.
I can do 2 things. I can call the chair of the SLA Committee and Community Board 1, Bogdan Bakarowski. I apologize if I say his name wrong. And also listen to the full board meeting to make sure of what was said by both
Right.
commissioners and the chairman, and held it over till June 2nd.
Yeah, but yet
I will-
still,
I can have-
everyone that was here in the meeting,
Yes.
these are members from the community board that are in opposition that were here, and they're not represented in this agreement. So I really, this isn't helping me, but.
May I just say, Commissioner, that they may not have all been at the meeting, but they were, plus the people that are here, other, the young lady who's still in opposition, that's fine, but everybody was copied.
Mr. Pazetsky, being copied on an email means nothing when there's no response to the copying. I get copied on emails that have no affiliation whatsoever. Just because I get the email and I don't do anything about it doesn't mean I'm in silent agreement with what I get. But you are saying that they didn't do anything and therefore there's somehow an agreement to it.
Can we agree to have Ms. O'Brien reach out to the?
Yes, I agree with that, and maybe we just hear everybody else. And if you have something final you want to say, please, go ahead.
It was always the goodwill to get in agreement with the people in this room. The members of the Community Board SLA Committee that were and spoke in the last hearing were all in agreement. At least I met on Sunday with.
You have two people here. The co-chair of the SLA committee says he's not in agreement.
Well,
and he was in this room. Mr. Burrows, were you here 2 weeks ago? He was in this room. So that's why I keep saying.
Okay,
your representations.
I was
I don't
told
question
that
your
Mr.
goodwill.
Burrows
I
was
don't.
in agreements with the agreements. I was told that.
Oh, you
by
were
Mr.
told that.
Pearlstein.
Okay, so
By Mr. Pearlstein, I was
right.
told
So
that.
Mr. Pearlstein obviously misinformed you because Mr. Burrows, you heard today on the record, said he is in a position to it. Right? I mean, you heard. Did you hear that yourself? That's not what he said. That's what he just said.
I'm here on behalf of the community board. The community board's position continues to be our vote that we took almost 2 years ago opposed to this. The agreement I got in an email this morning.
Right.
I haven't discussed it with anybody else on the committee except Alma and Abe. There's 5 other members of the committee. I haven't discussed it with Chairman Fuller. I mean, we would like to see an agreement worked out with the neighborhood, but we only got it this morning, and
So, Mr. Martin, you heard from Mr. Burrows now, right? I just want to make sure you heard the same thing I heard, because I don't want you to come back in 2 weeks and tell me that the people.
I'm only one member of.
I get it. I get it. So, thank you very much, Mr. Burrows.
I'd just like to clarify 2 things
Yes,
without
okay.
upsetting you. One is that
I'm not upset. I just like to get things. Keep it,
Mr.
please.
Burrows was copied on all the drafts of the agreement, but also we don't expect everybody to agree with the agreement. We expect the people who we're negotiating with and everybody to be fully informed.
Okay, so we're on that point. Next point, please. We already.
The fact that there's one person who was on the general group who was in this room, who we were charged to negotiate with, still disagrees, doesn't mean that all the other people who were in this room and we were charged to negotiate.
But you have another member here who
Outcome
disagreed.
to
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I got it. Thank you, sir. Next, please.
Good morning. I wanted to say I'm also on the SLA committee, and I actually do support the project, so it's going to be a different position. I do agree with you. I don't.
Say your name again.
I'm sorry. Yeah, my name is Rob Solano. And I wanted to ensure, I do agree with the fact that sometimes there are things that happen in a meeting, and we have to take the position of the full board. And so I want to represent myself and be fair to that process. I do know that you mentioned, or the commissioners have mentioned, taking other factors, and maybe I can present some other factors today, other than just the same point. I do know there was a drive to get signatures in support that you saw today. It's over 600 signatures of, if you see the addresses, South 3rd, South 2nd, South First, off of Broadway, on Broadway. That's a significant amount of residents that were clearly informed of the project, what is involved, the landmark status of the individual establishment. And I want to just bring that to your attention as another factor of a positive note on the establishment. Once again, we have a letter in there from Churches United for Fair Housing, the executive director of that organization that represents people of faith surrounding the establishment, and we also do, as an organization, support the license. We also, in good faith, know that there was a compromise made with also other local residents, and we want to support that compromise, if it's possible, not sure if it's possible to do this today, because it's very difficult to continue to come and take 4 or 5 hours.
That's why we're giving everybody a chance to speak, so.
And so
thank
just,
you.
I'll wrap it up and say that it'll be hard to come again if it gets rescheduled, and I hope that maybe different points are taking in to see a holistic approach about the decision made today, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm a local resident. My name is Joseph Solano. I'm a local resident. I live right around the corner at 357 Bedford Avenue. I signed the petition in support of Whaling B. Seymour. I think that it's an incredible thing for the neighborhood. It's an iconic building. I do a lot of work at the local soup kitchen, and Whaling B. Seymour has made donations and has sent manpower to help us at the soup kitchen. We also run a shelter on Marcy Avenue, and we also have received help from Whaling B. Seymour. They've been great community partners, and I did assist. I was invited to a fundraiser that was done there for one of the local charity organizations. So I really think that this is a great thing for the community. I came with some of my colleagues. We got up very early to come and be at this meeting, and I commend you on your job, because there's a lot of logistics and bureaucracy that you have to deal with here. But I can tell you, as a community resident, I think this is a very good thing for the neighborhood, and I support their liquor application.
Thank you. Oh, there's a
Good morning. My name is Suzanne Terhorst. I'm a resident of 170 Broadway, which means I'm directly across from Whaling B. Seymour, and I've been watching the entire process. I've been a stay-at-home mom with a pretty small apartment, small child. I am very particular about noise, lights, things like that. I thought it was important to come today because something about this argument has not seemed right to me from the beginning. Because I live with this issue every day and thought originally it would be something that would impact me negatively, I've been actually incredibly surprised and encouraged to find out that it has not affected me negatively. I have a driveway probably 15, 20 feet from their driveway that I have to pull my car in and out of to get my child to school multiple times a day. It's not been blocked once by any of their vehicles, whereas the restaurant a couple doors down blocks it almost constantly. It's clear to me they're going to great lengths to take care of the community. I've been incredibly surprised to see the amount of care and love that they put into the building. This is not a typical business venture. I've seen enough about what goes on with businesses in New York to sort of have a bit of surprise at what I'm seeing. These guys really care about what they're doing, and they've taken great care to make sure that their neighbors are happy. I have not been impacted negatively by noise at all. I think there was maybe one night where there was some horn honking and things going on that we did notice. That's one night out of a year and a half. We had one whole day where we were impacted negatively by noise, which we thought was a club, because there's a lot of clubs and bars on the street opening up as well. It was so loud. It affected us all day. We were very close to calling the police. It was 11 o'clock at night on Sunday that this party went on till, and was surprised to find out it was actually a roof party of some residents next to us. That was probably, I don't even know how much more noise than anything we've ever dealt with in a giant event space directly across the street. I thought that was important for you guys to hear, because that's the reality on the street of living with this,
Thank you.
with this business.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sally Sanders, and I live in 170 Broadway as well. I live upstairs from Suzanne, who just spoke, and I disagree. I've lived in the building for 10 years, and they've had about 5 large-scale events so far. My understanding is the capacity has been up to about 450 people, but the license is for over 1,000. And even just the other night, there was a small-scale event. There was a lot of noise related to people leaving between 10:30 and 11:30 at night, and that was early, fairly early. My concern is that the application, I believe, goes well past midnight, and I'm concerned at the volume of events that they would be able to have if they have a full liquor license rather than working through a caterer. So I'm concerned that it could impact us, on a weekly basis or more than weekly basis. So far, it's been something like 1 a month maximum, and only twice can I remember where it went past midnight. the lighting from the beautiful space, and I love the restoration, I truly appreciate the work they've done. The lighting actually goes beyond the south side of where I live. I live on the top floor of the building, and at 1 in the morning one night, it was still flooding through my back window, as well as the noise. So far, there's really only been 1 or 2 events where it's been a large volume. But I object to the application based on the 500-foot rule and based on just not being able to have any kind of limitations in terms of the volume of people and the noise traffic and even emergency vehicles being able to get through when there's that volume of parking and dropping off and picking up. And I thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Aviva Laurenti. I work with Sam Schwartz Engineering. We were hired by the applicant to do a traffic study. So we've updated the traffic analysis since the last meeting and found that we have come up with mitigation to deal with any of the traffic issues associated with the event space. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am one of the local community members, Jose Paulino, who signed more than 600 signatures in the petition that Carlos had with Waylon B. Seymour. And I just wanted to state that I haven't really been affected by these traffic issues that they're speaking about. I bike in the neighborhood a lot, and I thought that actually with all the supposed additional traffic that would be an issue.
Where do you live, sir?
I live on 233rd South 3rd Street, right around the corner, a few blocks.
Around the corner, a few blocks?
Yeah, it's actually right around the corner. 2 blocks away.
Wait, so that right around the corner means the same block around the corner?
No, not.
So you mean, how many blocks do you live from the location?
It's 3 blocks away.
3 blocks. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then also on just as far as the look of the community, I see a lot of, in the last couple of years, a lot of buildings going down, a lot of old brownstones and townhouses have been going down for new development and buildings going up. So it's actually a pleasant addition to see this restoration actually go up, and I'm very happy for it, and I support it completely.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is David Lanthelm. I'm a resident of 26 Broadway and a member of the Lower Broadway Block Association.
How far is that, 26 Broadway?
This is about 3 blocks, 3 blocks out. And I'm very concerned about the prospect of this type of establishment opening in that area. It's already a very congested, heavily congested, highly trafficked area. At the lower end of Broadway where I live, there are actually 2 restaurants that have valet parking, and they don't have the capacity to even hold their the cars for patrons. They park on the street, they park in the median. Sometimes they're double and triple parked within the median. So the prospect of another establishment that can hold up to 1,000 people is a tremendous concern.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Trev Huxley. I'm the president of the Lower Broadway Block Association. I live at 39 Broadway, and I've owned that building since 1982. A couple of things I'd like to mention. The deputy borough president and Rob Solano, who's a SLA committee member, Rob Solano, did abstain from voting for or against this project. Both those members are a member of La Cinerno who do business with this organization. So I think it's incorrect that they speak on this matter, but I'll put that aside. I'd like to give you a couple compliments. As I said earlier, a compromise is unpleasant for all sides, and this is not the deal. If I had my personal wishes, we would not be here at all. We would be denying a license. That being said, I believe that we have achieved, and in an honorable fashion, though at a very late hour, a compromise that we all, and I include Mr. San Martin Perez, can live with. And we did not, because of a very late start, have time to go to the community board, which I believe is the correct thing. And in fact, this whole application should have been, in my belief, kicked back down again to them. I would like to see this implemented. I came here to really, without most of our supporters, as we did last time, to ask for your help to help us figure out how to do it. I don't know how to monitor this. We came to what I believe is a fair and unpleasant for both sides compromise, and what our real big problem is figuring out how to implement it. So with that said, I know that many of my members yelled in my ear pretty hard, to say the least. On the other hand, I think we also realize that life is life, and sometimes you have to give a little. Unfortunately, that's New York City living a bit. So that's really all I have to say about this matter.
Huxley, quick question.
Yeah.
Residents of 190 Broadway and 159 South 8th Street, they had submitted a letter that said we, the 28 residents of those addresses, are all in opposition to this. Are they all members of your
Yes, they
LBBA? And do you have their support now?
We have their support in the sense that you want to be blunt, sort of twisted arms here, in the belief that we're up here and if it goes against us, we're living in utter misery. And so the support is qualified. I think you heard from Sally. She's not happy. She lives right across the street. Can I say it's unqualified support? I can't say that. Can I say it's an agreement that is better than having you guys give them a full license? That's what I would say. And people do, we all sat around and talked about this back and forth. I was traveling until last night, but I was on the phone constantly. What can I tell you?
And for my part, I just do want to commend you for making efforts to work on behalf of the community. And you understand my position before when I was making the analogy. I wasn't likening LBBA to one of the other organizations that I personally had experience with, but you also hopefully understand how I would really hope that LBBA can persuade the community board as the official organization in that area to be, that's where I'm coming from. So thank you so much. Thank you for that.
To that point, I'd like to say that I did agree, and we do agree to help them through this process, because I believe the alternative that faces us is doom and disaster. This is not good. The traffic issues are severe. Thank you.
Commissioner Kim, if you don't mind, can I just ask about when you say doom and disaster and not putting limits, part of your agreements, you have unlimited events per year up to 300 people. So you're okay with them having a luncheon every day for 250 and a wedding in the evening every day for 250?
No, in our agreement, it's only one event a day.
Well, is every evening?
I don't. We've had, and in the scheme of things, the events where there have been severe problems have been large events. We got to live with some of those. That's part of the deal. We haven't seen, though I will know that Sally will take umbrage to this statement because she lives across the street, severe problems when an event is under that number. It's just a fact of the matter. And I've talked to him, and I believe that Carlos is correct, that he is willing to make every effort to mitigate some of the problems that we've had. We've discussed busing. We've discussed many other options that they can use. Unfortunately, and we did have a meeting with the borough president, and I brought up this issue of lack of infrastructure in a neighborhood that is about to have 5,000 new apartments within 5 blocks of this establishment, or 10 blocks, of the lack of infrastructure. And he told me I could bring it up with the MTA. Now, when one blocks, this is a direct quote, when one blocks one of the 3 major bridges into Brooklyn, I would think that would be of great concern to him. But apparently it's an MTA problem. That being said, I think that my counterparts over here have shown willingness to work with us. I don't know what to do, and I was actually told by the Brooklyn Borough President this isn't a liquor license thing, but then he went on to say, use the leverage you've got, and you guys are my leverage, so help me out. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mary Dunbar, and I am a resident of the area all my life. And
you reside where?
Yes.
In Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
No, currently you're...
Yes. Pardon?
Where do you live currently?
On Bedford Avenue in Brooklyn.
How far is that from the location?
From the place, it's about 8-9 blocks.
Thank you.
And I've lived there all my life. And the changes that have taken place in the neighborhood is astronomical. This particular place was a bank, and I banked there as a child. And now, what they've done to this building, the renovation, is astronomical. It is beautiful. It is an asset to the community. And when I say asset, it's not only for the residents, the nearby residents, but it's some place that we can go and have a place that we can go and sit down and have a lunch or a dinner and feel comfortable. It's a wonderful place. I've been there several times now as a guest, and I'm just in awe at the renovations that have taken place and the comfort zone that it is for the people of our community in North Brooklyn. And I would applaud the fact that you grant them this license so that in the other areas, you're talking about traffic, there are a multitude of areas there that the community has venues there. And I cannot get a parking space any hour. I circle for maybe half an hour at a time trying to get a parking space. And not until after maybe 12 o'clock, if I so park by a hydrant, which I would probably not get ticketed for, and then come out and then try to find a parking. You don't have this problem here, because where they do have parking area, and it's a place where there's other areas which is not occupied by homes where people can park. But in the other areas where they put up a building, and now there's people going there to socialize and have affairs, and the people who live in the area cannot park. And these are private homes that you cannot park. So this particular venue, this particular place, is an asset to our community, and I applaud what they're doing to that place. And I thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Steven Santana. I live at 541 Wythe Avenue, which is about 5 blocks away. And I want to say that I'm always in the area, pass by through there maybe every day. I'm glad to say that they founded a nice plaza there that I can go sit down, relax, stay with my friends. I pass through there all the time on my bike. I never have any problem with any car, any traffic. I also take the B62 that passes through there, and I take that many times. There's never a delay. I usually take it to go towards Greenpoint. And these guys have always been very kind to me. I pass by, they look professional. There's never any traffic at all to me. I think this is a great opportunity for them. They always, they set a nice foundation there. I feel like this Williamsburg is starting to become much better. I feel like this is my home now. I'm excited for it. Before this was up, they had the HSBC Bank there, which didn't look too nice. They came, renovated it. They sparked up the community, made us feel like we belong now. And I want to say thank you to Carlos, and I support him for this beverage control.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Clarissa Tamayo. I live in the area.
What does that mean in the area?
I live in 66 Whipple.
How far is that?
It's not that close, but I do commute through the venue every day because I volunteer at St. Peter and Paul. I go to St. Peter and Paul Church, and I volunteer at the Epiphany Soup Kitchen, which is supported by the Wiley B. Seymour. They also support another program that I volunteer at, which is the Grow program.
When you say support, do they donate or do they
donate.
financially give you
They donate.
supplies? Okay.
They donate, yes. And I don't think this venue is a problem. I totally support it. I think the other venues around there cause more traffic than this venue, and particularly. I do think it's an asset to the community. A lot of changes have happened. They have fixed the plaza. They have their own parking. I have assisted to events, charity events at the venue, and I've seen the logistics of how they work, the parking, and everything. And I just wanted to come here and offer them my support.
Thank you.
And my opinion.
Thank you.
We're going to go into executive session. We're all set, Donald? All right. Okay. Oh, great, thank you. All right. Okay, with the submission from the Lower Broadway Block Association, we have that, and we also have your signatures in support. But still, I feel that I asked for the community board to have their input. I'm going to ask Ms. O'Brien to actually reach out to the community board. I would like something in writing from them stating that they are aware of this agreement, if they have any amendments that they would like to add to that agreement. And if we do not hear from them, their original denial will stand. But I really want them to have a copy of this agreement and comment on the agreement. I feel that I need that in order to vote. Now, if there's going to be commentary at that meeting, I think it's better to hold it at a separate date, not on our usual calendar date for our board meetings, in case there's more than a full room, as you see here, and all these individuals were waiting while we heard commentary. And I think the people who show up here deserve to be heard. Unfortunately, we can't give you a time clock and say your minute's up. I like to hear commentary, and I allow for that to be done if individuals take time out of their day to come here. So unfortunately, we can't give you a time frame how long our meeting lasts, but just bear with us. We're going to try to move through the remaining items. I don't want to hear commentary. I think I speak for Commissioner Kim and myself. We're going to set a date when this will be voted on. If there's any submissions, any information you want to hear, you want the board members to have, please submit it in writing. We will set a date, and we will vote on that day. We will be open to commentary if any individuals want to speak to and address the members on that date.
Could I just ask one thing, Commissioner, and I fully agree with what you said. The only thing that I would ask is that there's no doubt in my mind that there are a number of members of that community board that voted flat out on the application without any request for stipulations or anything else a year or more ago, that probably don't know anything about what has transpired since, including the events that have been held, and I think the overwhelming, while you heard one person who was negative about an event, certainly that is the minority, and you've seen the letters from the people.
You're arguing the case against.
No, I'm not.
Your point being that you would like us to forward the stipulation to the community board for comment?
Well,
which we will do.
Yes, but with information. Because some of them
What
are
do you
going to
mean
be
with
unaware.
information?
Information.
I think that you would provide the information to them. It's unfair to put the burden on us to
Okay, no,
provide
I'll
all
be
the
happy to
information.
do that.
Yeah, well, that's
If
what
I
you should
could
be
be
doing with the
copied
community.
with the
So the two dates
transmission.
that are being proposed are June 1st at 10 a.m. and June 4th at 10 a.m. If you are available, those are the two dates we'd like to hold a special hearing.
We will make ourselves available,
And
whichever one
we
you
will forward this stipulation to the community board.
We'll do the first.
The first is the preferable date, if that works.
That's fine.
First, we have.
It's preferable for you, it's preferable for us.
First, we have the SLA committee, our local SLA committee meeting, so if it may be important.
Sure. So
Also,
maybe
cover
June
up.
4th then makes more sense
That's
so
a
that we
Thursday?
can discuss it. Okay,
That's
June
Thursday?
4th.
Yes.
Okay, could I do just one thing in light of that, and that is that I be copied on the transmission from the Liquor Authority to the community board.
All I'm
So-
going to do is send them the stipulation. That's all.
But
I'm
I
doing.
wouldn't know how, I want it to go in the same place and be able to comment on the fact that there was a stipulation, that how
First thing I'm
negotiated
going
this
to do
was.
is contact the chair via telephone.
Okay.
And then once I get his email
You'll
address
let me
and
know
work
so
with
I
him,
can-
I will
and
copy
then-
you on that, yes.
Okay,
We'll
great.
forward, no, well, one thing, we're going to forward it over, but we're not going to copy you so that you can add on to the forwarded email commentary about the stipulation. You can do that on your own. We are just going to forward this over, and then we'll send you a separate email notifying you that we've sent it over, okay?
Okay, no, I just want to be able to send it to the same email
Sure.
address
All
that
right.
you go to. That's
So, and one other last point for this is that somewhere in your submissions, you write that we've officially approved Meyerson Associates in another instance.
Well,
and
there
I-
have been other instances, yes.
Well, so I just want to put on the record, it's not an SLA officially approved organization. It was, in that particular case, there was a submission made of several companies that we then chose one for that particular instance, so it's not an officially SLA approved. I don't need commentary from you, I'm just telling that for the record. And so, no, that's it. Thank you very much. We'll see you on June 4th at 10 a.m. No, we're done. We're done. You can ask questions later via email, but we're done for today. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Yes. Yes. But there's another one.
So with this thing, next item is 1158, El Typico Restaurant Corp.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Henry Warakowski. We had made an offer, a conditional contest plea of $5,000.
I see, but wait, before you continue, I see the mayor of Hempstead is here. Would you like to be heard, Mayor?
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good
yeah.
afternoon. How you doing? I just want to thank this board for helping us out in Hempstead. I haven't been here in a while, but you're still doing the good things that are helping my village. This restaurant, El Typico, seems to keep violating the time that they're supposed to be closing. It seems like the fines that they get is only just to do business. They keep violating the time that they're closed. Now, he has requested, I think, to close on weekends at 11 a.m. With the police department and myself, we don't really have a problem if they close a little later. On
11 p.m., right?
p.m.
Well, I mean,
No, you said 11 a.m., so I just want to...
11 p.m.
Yes, sir.
If the restaurant wants to close a little later, because I keep seeing that they violating their time, we're not going to have a problem with that. If they want to close at 1 o'clock on the weekends, we're not going to have a problem.
You're a lot generous than I would be, because this applicant came before this board, and we agreed on 10 p.m. closing. And that doesn't, I don't permit them to go past the time that they were stipulated. We agreed that 10 p.m. during the weekdays were closing time, and I believe it was up until 11, I want to say 11, or midnight the following, for just the weekend. But I understand that you're okay with them staying open to what, the latest was 11, you said?
Well, right now, I think it says 11,
Mhm.
but, we're trying to have the restaurants close at a decent hour. Like
understand.
12 o'clock during the Monday to Thursday. On the weekends, if they want to close at maybe at 1 o'clock, we don't have a problem with that. But when they try to extend to 4 a.m., then we do have big issues with that.
And this particular licensee, I do have a big issue with.
Okay, but I see also
but
they
I
have
appreciate
another. They have another violation again.
Oh, yes.
We went
So-
out on we went out on May 2nd, and they were still open and serving at
Yeah, so
12:22.
even if, because I don't have much faith that even if we extend it to 11, that this gentleman's going to close at 11. He
Okay.
seems to want to close whenever he wants to close.
So I agree
but-
with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to give him an opportunity to tell me, what was the reason why they were open past this
with the
specific time.
With the times, here's the letter from the State Liquor Authority. It's 11 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 12 p.m. 12 a.m. on the weekend.
I'm sorry, what was the time that you have from Sunday through Thursday? Sunday through Thursday, 11, and Friday and Saturday, midnight? Okay, I have that.
Oh, no, but you said 11. You said 10.
No, that was what the mayor was agreeing to. I'm saying what I have for you, 11 p.m., Sunday through Thursday.
But this May 2nd violation,
Friday and
which
Saturday.
isn't before us currently.
Yeah, we have that.
Do we have that?
Yeah, that's a new one. We just.
The notice of pleading
And that was at
just went out.
12:22 a.m.
So what happened?
Well, the manager that he had that run the place, he wasn't enforcing it that much. So he fired the manager.
The person with you is the licensee?
Yes.
Can you put your name on the record, sir?
I am Nicolas Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, you were here when your application came before the board back in 2012.
Yes.
Okay, and you remember stating that you were going to close at 11 from Sunday to Thursday?
We agreement from Monday to Friday.
No, Sunday to
Sunday to Friday,
Thursday,
right,
11 p.m.,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And Friday and Saturday till midnight.
Yes.
Okay, so what misunderstanding did you or your manager have to your closing time?
Well, actually, we close on the time we specific on there.
You have a violation here that you were open, not only were you open past the hours, not once, but twice. Let me go through the specific date. Let me just look through.
October 27th at 2:07 a.m.
Okay, and then the recent, when our investigator went out, you were open past midnight.
Well, sometimes the people is inside. We got to wait till the people finish. That's why it's too open sometimes. Because the people show up by 11, they stay to finish what they eat.
And
That's
by
why-
11, they should not even be allowed to enter your establishment. You should be closed. So what that's telling me is that you have absolutely no control over your premise. You're going to allow people to come in and decide when they want to leave.
Well, you see what he's doing now? He's hiring a security firm. He's going to have licensed security people there to enforce these hours.
And then first, this is what concerns me. Now, you already had a violation. This was pending. This was coming to the board. You already had notice that you stay open after the hours that you agreed to. Then a week or two ago, an investigator goes out. You've already been aware.
I know, I just got the notice.
Okay, so I don't understand that even from that last instance, no changes were made. Absolutely none. So just now, you want to have security now, and I should trust that you're going to be closed.
Well, he's going to do it.
Yeah.
If the mayor allows us to 1 o'clock, that would help.
I don't have any faith that you're going to do that.
Between the new manager and his security people.
The concerns were specified when your client was before us when he received his license. We told him the concerns of the mayor in Hempstead. We told him the concerns of actually policing establishments that stay open late. We asked him, in order to get this license, you have to agree to close at 10 p.m. He agreed. He was here. He was physically here before me.
You're right.
So then now I'm to trust that he's going to do what he said? No. You had the first instance. And then now this was the second that an investigator went out to check to make sure that you're closing. Because I can understand maybe the first time you just didn't close for whatever reason. But then the second time after you've been put on notice, not once but twice? No. This was an agreement you made with the board, and it's unacceptable that you continue to allow people to sit in your premise, not 1 minute after, not 2 minutes, but this is going until 2 a.m.
Well, all I could say, with the new people he's gonna have, the security, he'll guarantee this place won't be open past that time.
Okay, I'm ready to vote. Have any questions? No. Okay, cancel and bond.
Well,
That's my counteroffer.
I have a little lesser penalty for that. But I do understand your point.
Okay, so a stipulation you make with the board is less than a stipulation that you make with a community board? Because in a community board situation, we still would cancel this license because they cannot be trusted to stick to an agreement. And what concerns me is that this applicant was specifically before us and was aware of all the concerns that the Village of Hempstead has endured.
But he's been in business 3
And
years.
he
This is the first
agreed.
time.
No, this isn't. This is the second one.
Well, but the both came together, so that's why.
No, they didn't come together.
That's why he's going, that's why
They
he's
did
hiring.
not come together. You just said you received the notice of pleading for the first violation, okay? And then this took place 2-3 weeks ago.
I just got the notice, with the violation, the other day.
But he was well aware that he has been in violation of his stipulation.
But he's working
So,
on it.
Commissioner Green, the other notice of pleading that went on May 2nd, I think if I had that before me, I would be more likely to agree. But since we don't have that in front of us, you're saying
Hold it over to have that, well, they still have an option to go to a hearing, yeah?
they have to plead on the other one? But based on that notice of pleading that went out, can we include that as part of the record?
No,
Procedurally,
I'll
no?
do this. How about suspending their license for a duration of time, plus the $5,000, and then I'll wait till that comes to the board. I would suspend this gentleman for 20 days and $5,000. That's my negotiation.
How about we suspend for 20 days and wait for the other one to come before us?
Okay, 20 days without the penalty, the financial penalty?
without the financial
Okay,
penalty.
I'll suspend them for the 20.
Okay.
Suspend it for 20 days.
When's the 20, the other one, the 20 days?
We'll have to accept it. All right. Or go to
Or
hearing.
go to hearing. Can I give you a clue of how I'll vote on the next one? Okay, this is all in negotiation with two-member board. Come on, Chairman. So I've been told.
Mayor, Mayor Hall, and just call the other two items, I believe, did you sign in on them? Yeah. The other two, all right, we'll see if they are here. Okay, the next is 1154 El Rey del Polo Corp. They are here. Okay.
1154.
1154.
I think we did. Here it is, El Rey del Pollo. Okay. Mr. Mayor, would you like to speak on this first?
Let him go first.
Okay, sure.
Commissioner Green, how are you? Louis E. Rodriguez from Goldstein. I know. I think I want to wait now. Louis E. Rodriguez, Goldstein and Rodriguez, 1 Fulton Avenue, Suite 20, Hempstead, New York. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I think last time, I know we had left it off. I think we were waiting for a comment from the village. But before I turn it over, I just want to introduce a few documents that I received this morning from the building department, whereby this premises has been used continuously as a restaurant, dating back before 1985, I believe. I have, this was actually obtained by me this morning, which is a permit that was filed for back in 1985, June 18th, 1985. Here are the plans, which is, I had to make 2 copies to put one together, because that's the only ability that they had at the building department. So I'd like to introduce those, make it part of the record. The plans are dated June 10th, 1985. And lastly, I want to introduce the license, which was issued by the Village of Hempstead last year under license number 2014-0385C for the record, which was also signed by the mayor and the village clerk. I'd like to put those into evidence, make them part of the record. Other than that, Commissioners, the premises has been open continuously since at least 1985 and dating back before that. So I would ask that you consider the application for the restaurant use with the application as it is requested.
I guess the last time you decided for us, you were going to reach out to the mayor.
Yes. Actually, he came today, but no, we have not discussed it. But from the previous application, I understand his position.
It's really the time that your client wants to use.
Yeah, I know, Judge. I know you're.
It's really not an option.
I know, Commissioner.
So, not to preempt the mayor, but
For-
I know it's at 4 a.m. Are you coming down?
Yes, correct. They want 4 a.m. for the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and Monday through Thursday, of course. Earlier time was not.
Sunday you have here till 3 a.m., so you're asking for 4 a.m.?
No, whatever, I know Friday, Saturday, 4 a.m., and whatever the application states.
Yeah, Sunday you have 3 a.m., Wednesday through Thursday you have 6 to 2 a.m.
Right.
And it's supposed to be a restaurant.
Correct.
Okay.
I spoke to my client, and he says,
Oh.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, my position is that if it's a restaurant, they should close at a decent hour. We have one restaurant, Mikasa, in the village of Hempstead that we were just sued on. Their hours of operation was Sunday to Thursday at 12, and on the weekends they were to close at 1 a.m. And the same with them. There wasn't any dancing and loud music should be played with DJs and so forth. I think last year I was here and with the same request. I'm not sure what the reason why they want to stay open till 4 a.m., but my position and the police department position is, if you're a restaurant, you close at a decent hour like Mikasa, and on the weekend you stay open till 1 o'clock.
Oh,
thank you.
Ready? All right.
Has on record was, I believe he worked at the place that's 167.
Correct.
And I believe he was a chef there in that location. So, he's right next door. To open up doors, it's not a restaurant. He's willing to do the hours. I would give it to him, but like you said, 4 and 3.
No, I appreciate the
I agree with
consideration.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Not an hour.
There you go. Okay.
Oh,
Mayor, you
that's
just
gonna
had
be a
one
tough
more?
denial, right?
I don't know if anyone signed in for it, but it's a disciplinary item 1138, Tres Sabores Restaurant.
738.
Yes. 77 Main. Is that the one you were here for? Okay. No, they're not.
What's your favorite charge for Hempstead?
So it stayed open late. They had the same violation on April 8th, 2014, and then again on December 29, 2014, only a month after a penalty was imposed by us.
I'll tell you, if there's anything else pending.
Charge 2 should be withdrawn, they said, so just one charge.
There's nothing else pending.
Okay. Mayor Hall, did you want to be heard on this item? This is Tres Sabores on 77 Main Street. Yes, they were open till 2 a.m. and they stipulated as well till 10 p.m.
Charge 1, I'm sorry, that was charge 2, but that was withdrawn.
Charge 2 is withdrawn.
Yeah, because
the-
you can be open until 2 a.m. on Saturday and
10:25.
Sunday, but
I'm
they
sorry.
were open at 10:25 with a lot of people in there, but they had stipulated Monday to Thursday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
So 10:25 when they should have been closed at 10.
Okay. You know my position on the rest of
Yes, with the time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and
We had denied their request to change the
Extend their hours, right?
And a week later, they did it
Yeah,
anyway.
they didn't
Oh,
ignore it.
all
They're
right.
like, we're not listening to them. Okay.
And where are they? Did they get notice, and where are they?
They submitted a conditional no contest.
Oh, they did, okay.
If you'd like them to appear, you'd have to request it.
I have a counter offer of cancel and
Cancel and
bond.
bond, but should we have them appear?
I don't need them to appear.
I think once they get your cancel and bond, they will appear.
Cancel and bond?
I'll withdraw charge 2, and for the one, cancel and bond.
I agree.
That's a counter offer, so they still have an option to go to hearing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
1096, Hua and International. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing that correct. It's a removal of a package store? Ooh, sorry. I'm like 5 items ahead of you guys right now.
Anyone here? Oh, okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So let me kind of get straight to the point. So your client's applying for a removal, package store removal, to a location that's 50 feet and 100 feet respectively away from 2 other locations that we've denied recently. And when those 2 others were denied, your client had also opposed those 2 locations.
Right. Now, she was the opposition.
Can you put
And
your
now
name on the record? and
Oh, I'm
your
sorry.
comments?
My name is Patrick Toluca, and I'm here for the removal of this store.
Okay, and the applicant?
And this is the applicant.
My name is Ting Liu, the applicant.
Thank you.
She was the opposition. This is not a new store. This is simply a removal to a place as close as she could stay to where she was. This was under duress. Her landlord came and, he requested but made it very clear that if she didn't move, that he would have moved her to another store inside the same shopping center that was not a good spot. It had been vacant for 5 years. And he couldn't get any takers, so he tried to push her into those stores. That's what prompted the removal. The removal that you're referring to, that location was disapproved because she was the closest store, and she showed up to object to it because it would have been very close to her. But
she was the closest store to both those denials?
Yes.
Okay.
To the best of my knowledge, she was the closest store to both those disapprovals.
Not to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
Are they
I
the 2
can't
closest?
tell you. I wasn't here. I didn't handle that.
Okay, we'll look it up.
All right. When it came to this particular removal, I reviewed the objections that were submitted that we got a copy of, and I think the people that wrote that mistaken this. It's not a new application. It's only 1 store changed. Of the 4 closest stores, only 1 changed, and that store went from 1.5 miles away from her store to 1.15 miles away from her store. So the difference for that particular store is 0.33. I'm sorry, it wasn't 1 point. It was 1 mile, 1.17 miles. So it was 0.33 miles difference for him. All the other stores remained the same. And this was not her plan. This was not something she chose to do.
But she's moving closer to the
One store.
stores that she was much farther away from originally, at her prior location at 17 East Old Country Road. She was much farther away than the closest stores now. Not much farther, but she was more than a mile away from the Jerusalem Avenue store.
The way, when I do a close proximity move, which this would have been, if, we missed it by one. The four closest, if that changes, it's not a close proximity.
When you say the four closest, are you referring to the ones that are close to the new location she's looking at, or her old?
When we do it, we run two lamps reports. And we do the four closest stores to the initial location, in her case 17 East Old Country Road. Then we do a lamp, same exact report on the new location, and we compare the list. And only
But
one
you
store
don't do a
changed.
lamps, you didn't do a lamps, obviously because we have the information to where her prior store was, 17C.
We did it.
To the four closest where she's moving to.
We did that too.
Oh, okay, so you have a third report.
No, there's only two reports. There's the one where she is and the one where she wants to go.
I know, but what I was asking you is, from her location 17C, the closeness to the existing stores, Jerusalem, Old Country, the 216 Old Country Road, Fine Wine and Liquors, you have that?
Yes, we have that lamps. And
Can I see that?
only one store changed. Can I give you the list that's in the application too? Because you'll see only one change. And that was the bottom one that was located at 950 Broadway.
Okay, because I only have the distances between the location she's going to as it relates to the four closest stores.
What was there before, and this is what she's close to now.
Mr. DeLuca, also, looking at our records,
Yeah, I have this one.
the applicant actually was not one of the four closest stores to either of those denials that we're referring to.
I'm going by she showed up and testified.
Even if she showed up, but our records show that it wasn't the four closest.
It wasn't?
No.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I thought it was, and actually, even the opposition, I think, did too, because he mentioned that she showed up and objected in person.
So, I mean, she was here to deny, but doesn't mean that.
I thought she was the
there are
four
people beyond four closest
Yeah.
stores who also show up to oppose. But
The person who sent the opposition is actually in the new list. He's like the 9th closest store.
Want to hear from the opposition?
Yeah, please.
Let's hear from the opposition.
The one main.
Wait, we're going to hear from the opposition. We'll give you an opportunity to address us.
The guy who is very close.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Green and Commissioner Kim. My name is Gurmeet Narang, and I represent Fine Wine and Liquors. I'm the owner at 950 South Broadway, Hicksville, New York.
What's the address?
950 South Broadway, Hicksville.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. I'm one of the closest store which is going to be impacted if she moves to this location. I think they are moving out of this plaza, and they're moving 0.5 miles down south, more closer to me from this particular location. Which what's going to do is this is going to have negative impact on the stores which are closer to this store. And the thing is this is on a 107 stretch, so traveling a mile on that stretch is easy. There are like only 3 or 4 lights. So on Long Island, traveling by car is not a big deal. It's like walking 2 blocks in city or Queens. So everybody has a car on Long Island, so this is going to have a severe impact on my store. And the other thing is this is I want to submit some documents in terms of, some pictures if you can see.
Thank you.
I've taken pictures of the location where they're planning to move and where they are at presently. And it clearly shows that where they are at this moment, there is ample parking available. There are stores available for them to move within that plaza. There are other stores which have relocated within that plaza. And where she's moving to, there is a very limited front parking, probably 2 cars, and a limited back parking, which is not going to serve the customer convenience and customer advantage and have a negative impact on our stores. There are 22 stores within a 3.5-mile radius of Hicksville, Plainview, Bethpage, Levittown, and Farmingdale. And I think it's a stagnant population with no other construction happening in our neighborhood. Grummond have left in 2013, which has impacted. They took 850 jobs and moved to Florida and California. This area is very, very negatively impacted by this. So what it's going to do is they're going to keep their same customer base and take a chunk of my business, which is going to be impacted. And I have a down in sale from 2013 to 2014, which has impacted me, and is going to impact me furthermore. And that's going to have a negative impact on my livelihood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sivakar Nagaran. I'm on the Jerusalem Plaza Liquor, the second closest store from the place, particularly from,
What's your address?
438, 440 Jerusalem Avenue, Hicksville, New York.
Yeah, we actually have you as the closest.
I'm the closest, the second closest. I think he's the most closest, but I'm the second closest. So, we are opposing the, other liquor, they are trying to open a new store over there, same place, but he's located already on 16 Old Country Road. They have a space still available on next to the Delco Plaza. So she can move around there, that's no problem. We are not going to opposing anything, she should stay in the same, the Delco Plaza shopping center. We are not opposing. She's closing to, our store, we are doing, the Hicksville area, the population is the same thing, and, we don't want anybody to, we want to keep the store and running and paying our bills, and, that's the main thing. So please, we oppose, I'm trying to, please, don't give permission to open the closest store. That's all, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more thing. There was another store owner, she wanted to come here today and protested, but she couldn't because of unforeseen circumstances, so she sent a letter. If she already sent in a protest before.
What was the address? Where is that store?
It's Green Ones.
Oh, she's the second closest, okay.
So she had some traffic.
Okay. Thank you. Mrs.
This is not a new store, and only one store is closer than it was before. It's falling into the four closest stores changed by one. There were 22 stores in the neighborhood before. There's going to be 22 stores in the neighborhood after. And most importantly, this was not her decision to move. He wants to give her.
In the application, she didn't specify. She didn't give a reason in the application.
Yes, we gave that to Mr. Sender.
We did
and I
receive
even
an
have a
email
copy.
after the fact.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I didn't have it on my application, so I'm assuming.
He even gave us the lease that he wants her to, insisting that she signs.
But it still doesn't mean that she can just automatically go into another.
Yeah, this was not her plan. She was happy where she is.
No, we're very sympathetic to the situation she's in. We understand it. The standard, again, is going to be public convenience and advantage. And if we move her over there, it's just closer to everybody else. So how is that more convenient and advantageous to the public now that you clump together the liquor stores? They might be the same number of liquor stores.
The same ones, though.
The same ones, but you've clumped them together in an area that doesn't necessarily support the convenience or advantageous argument.
Well, her concern was to stay in this shopping center with this particular landlord. It's better for her in this shopping center, technically, because that's where the supermarket is. That's where the anchor stores were. But he basically made it almost a...
Yeah, I know. We're not here to really talk about the landlord. And again, we are sympathetic.
How this happened.
No, I understand. And we're very sympathetic to that. It's just, have you looked at other locations in that area?
This was to keep her base, to keep her customers without going too far. We tried to keep it within 1,500 feet, which then we wouldn't have to do this. That didn't work. And this way, although as our opposition stated, it's not great parking like she has now, but at least it's sort of in the neighborhood, and it would allow her to continue because we really felt that this particular location he wants to put her in has been vacant for years. Nobody wanted it, and that's why he's pushing her into it. And he claims that we were unable to find in this lease. He's told her that he had in the lease there's something that allows him to move her whether she wants it or not, and which is what he's going to do. Now, we weren't able to find it, but she doesn't have the money to litigate, to fight him if he insists that it's there. That's really what prompted this whole thing. This wasn't something that she chose to do on her own free will.
How much time does she have on her lease?
He's insisting on this thing being done now.
But how much does it?
How much time do you have
on the lease?
To May 15th.
This year? Yes. So it's up anyway, so it's...
No, that's the time limit he gave her on this thing.
Permit. I don't know what happens now.
You're an attorney, Mr. Dula?
No, we give that to her.
You should definitely have an attorney look at that, because it's rare that a lease has a, we can kick you out anytime kind of a clause.
No, not kick him out, but move her to another location. That's what he said he was insisting on doing.
Well,
and she did go to an attorney before that they came to me. I only do this. This is it.
Okay. We're ready to vote? Yeah. I'm going to have to deny the application. I mean, she's moving closer to the stores that are already existing. It's saturating that particular area. You've heard all the opposition. You've actually been here for multiple occurrences. I agree it's not adding a store, but we're just moving her closer, and it's going to saturate that area with more liquor stores that actually will serve the population there, so I'm going to deny it.
And she's just got to find another location within that area. I understand she wants to keep her customer base, and we'd be very understanding of that, but for this particular location, we've denied 2-3 others recently, and so I'll have to deny as well.
We would never have taken a new application in Hicksville. It would be ridiculous, but we didn't think it was new.
1099 Lafayette Wines.
$10.99? Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Leonard Fogelman.
Good afternoon.
Representing Lafayette Wines.
Hold this over.
We were here on March 21st. It was adjourned. There was an issue at that time about whether or not the church that is nearby, the building that was a church, whether it still is a church. And we've submitted a lot of documents showing that it is no longer being occupied as a church. And your investigator, Mr. Rafferty, also went to the site, and his determination is also that that building is no longer a church.
Yes. I do have Mr. Rafferty's report and your submission on the characterization of the location, that it's not operating anymore.
That is correct.
Mr. Pierre, I mean, I think you're going to keep your current job in the advertising business?
Hi, Philippe Pierre, owner. No, I'm not. This is basically to keep me from having to commute into the city. And I've set down roots in Newburgh, and my view is to set up this wine and spirit shop to specifically not have to commute into the city for this consulting job that I currently have.
His application states that you continue your present occupation of business, and his answer, no.
This is, I remember the characterization of this store is that it's going to be an open store.
That's right, ma'am.
Now, the other locations, because this would be, what, the fourth store on the same street?
No, there are 2 other stores
Are you in opposition?
on Liberty Street. One is 1,354 feet away, one is 2,962 feet away. The other stores, the other 2, are also over 2,000, and the fourth one is 5,000 feet away. But the 2 other stores on Liberty Street that do exist are bulletproof glass stores. This is an open store that's going to be a 700 square foot store, open, selling a mix of liquor and wine. We provided you with a list and a percentages of product that are going to be New York State products. We've provided you with a specific list of New York State wines that he's planning on carrying, which are not sold in the other 2 stores.
How big is your space?
700?
I believe it's 850, actually.
I'm sorry.
That's including storage space?
No, there's additional storage in the basement.
I think it's.
Okay, so it's about, because I have 1,600 square feet.
Yeah, combined. There's a sales floor would be 850, and then there's additional storage
Equal
in the
storage in the basement.
Can we hear from the opposition? God bless.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samuel Clark. I'm from Liberty Street Wines and Liquor, 22 Liberty Street.
22 Liberty, okay, you're the
Correct.
closest.
And I will be the closest store. And I feel that if he opens, it will affect my bottom line.
Are you a bulletproof?
Yes, I am a bulletproof store. And the reason why I'm a bulletproof store, last week there was actually a shooting. A 16-year-old young man was killed actually around the corner from one of the local liquor stores. So for that reason, that's why most of the stores in the inner city are bulletproof. Also, as far as the investigation that was done on the church, although it's not active on the tax roll, and I would like to introduce this evidence that on the tax roll, it's considered wholly exempt.
But have you seen individuals actually going to this place of worship?
No, I have not seen anyone going to the place of worship, but on the tax roll, it's considered a temple. It's wholly exempt on the tax roll.
We don't have any information. We even sent an investigator out.
No, I would like to introduce that if I can.
But just to clarify, even if it's on a tax record, if it's not being
If
used.
it's not operating.
Right, and then a liquor store comes in, and then they're okay because they came in when it wasn't exclusively being used. Even if some church wants to come in afterwards, that's up to them because they have notice, and they can coexist in that. It's like who comes first and the usage period. But you can submit that for the record, please. Thank you.
I really feel that the only thing you're really going to do here is just duplicate what's already being done. The only thing that he really is doing different is that he's going to be an open-ended store. And again, like I said, most of the stores in the area are bulletproof. You know what I'm saying? And it's because at this particular point in time, the state of Newburgh is not in a good state. It's not in a good place right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead. You can go first.
Would you like us to respond to any of that?
Well, there's one of my concerns is that I see that you're going to have an open store.
Yes, ma'am.
This is still going to be the second on Liberty, and at least the other two stores, they're all within a mile. So, I mean, I know Liberty is pretty much a commercial strip where you can walk, they're blocks. It's not hop in the car so much, but even getting to the other locations, it's all within a mile. So you're offering, you gave us the selections that you're offering. It's an open store, but what would warrant another store in this area other than
Sure.
those two
No,
items?
I'm happy to speak to that. I wouldn't characterize Liberty Street as a commercial corridor per se.
Not, it's not
at all, really. It's
King
mainly
County,
residential.
34th Street, but
Certainly not. The main avenue is Broadway. In fact, it's one of the broadest streets in the state of New York. What is commercial in Newburgh around the area is the section between Broadway and Washington Street. That's where, as I've submitted in my application, a number of new businesses that have opened up that are, trying to offer something new to the community that's actually beginning to move in from Brooklyn, from Beacon across the river. New cafes, several new cafes, the brewery, which I mentioned last time, Atlas Studios, which is a co-working space, Space Create on Broadway, which is a co-working space. There is renewed interest and revitalization happening in Newburgh, and there is a desire, as submitted by the, in my application of all of the new businesses, the press. Newburgh is a hot topic at the moment. It is in distress. It has been in a bad place. in the last 5 years, a number of things have happened to bring Newburgh out of this funk, so to speak, and align it more with its neighbor across the river, which is Beacon, which has been thriving. In terms of the product selection, yes, it's an open store, but I think as we submitted, we're really talking about the education around wine and spirits and finer things in life, and tastings, and really being part of the community. I'll speak to the recommendation in the letter of support, not just from the city councilwoman of this ward, but of the mayor of Newburgh and also the assemblyman Scartados, believing that this type of product that we'd like to offer to the citizens of Newburgh, the new citizens of Newburgh, is something that will be supported by the community.
Did you say you're not going to continue your daytime employment? You're going to dedicate your time?
My hope is, yes. I've moved to Newburgh a year and a half ago. It's my home. I invest in real estate in Newburgh as well. This is, that's a passive investment. This is really a move for me to concentrate and my time to offer to the community something that I strongly believe it wants, and all of the support has been echoing that. I'll just put forward that Beacon, 7 years ago.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote. We have more than enough. I'm going to approve the application, just based on the fact that you're offering an open store. I'm concerned about how close it is, but there has been increasing sales in the closest stores. You're comparable in size. I'm going to stick with the fact that you're going to have 850 square feet of selling space. No more. You can have less, but no more. So with that representation, I approve.
I agree with Commissioner Green.
Is the open store a condition of?
Yes.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you.
Good luck.
$10.95, Big Deal Limited.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Robert Romano. I'm here with Wendy Rubin of Big Deal Limited. And we're here to answer any questions, concerns you have regarding our operation.
There's no kitchen. There's no kitchen at the location.
There's I think we have,
Just like a food prep
Can you
area.
put your,
That's
can you
fine.
put your name on the record too, please?
Hi, Wendy Rubin. So how are you supplying the food?
do you want to explain?
We have a relationship with a caterer who's also submitted an application, and we do have a small pantry that they can use for limited prep, but we're working with a caterer. We're not making food in-house.
Okay, yeah, I just didn't see any indication as to who the caterer was, if it was regular.
That's a food concessionaire?
Yes, and we're submitting that.
I did have a couple of questions. You said here in the application that there are no prizes being given out when you have events. Do you know what I'm talking about? I have it in my notes, otherwise I have to find it.
There's no consideration whatsoever. No bank. There's no bank in this place, so nobody can pay. They wouldn't have the ability to pay if they wanted to.
Was there anything else other than money given out?
If there are, do you want to address?
Yeah, we do intend to give out raffle prizes, but you cannot pay. There's no money. You can't pay for anything. You can't pay to play. This is strictly entertainment, period.
So you
There's
can't
no
pay to play.
consideration.
So how do you get raffle tickets? You just give it to them for free for walking in?
Exactly, yeah. Well, they win chips.
How do they get the initial chips?
It's a corporation rents the space, and then their people get whatever they determine. But their people get fake chips, and then they play.
So it's like a casino night venue for corporations to come in and have
It's similar
parties,
to the
corporate
casino
parties.
nights that not-for-profit do. She's run this by the local police department as well as the gaming commission. She's licensed by the New York State Department of Education. Spent 4
to
years
do the school.
to do the school.
Right.
So
So what's
they're
the
fully aware of
right?
of her attempt to get the license here as well.
Right. No, so that's to do the school. Now we're talking about a completely different business model, right?
Correct.
Right,
I'm-
so
I'm in a year
let's just
early.
focus on the other business model that's before us. So this business model now, you're just opening it up to private events, not open to the public?
Correct.
And it'll be corporate events, nonprofit events, where they'll come in, do casino night, you just happen to have the tables all set out already.
Because we're a school.
Right, because you're a school that has blackjack tables and roulette tables, or just blackjack?
Roulette, we have
Yeah,
craps,
roulette, craps, roulette.
blackjack.
Okay, and there are chairs, you said, that kind of allow people to sit around the
It
tables?
looks like a fully functional.
Right, and so they'll be able to eat on it as well, or they'll be standing and eating and while other people are just playing the games at the table? Are there
Well,
tables
they-
and seating to eat?
There's not like a banquet area. You can have a little appetizer plate while you're playing.
I see. And do you have high tables with chairs for people who just want to eat and not play?
You're welcome to sit and eat and not play. There's nothing that says you have to play.
Right, no, that part, yeah, so, and then, okay. Do you have any questions, or? you
I was
okay?
fine with the submission.
Hmm?
I was fine with what was submitted. But just thinking about the concept that you're proposing, you did mention about anyone allowed on the premise during a catering event under the age of 21? Or was that, what's your policy about anyone under 21? Are they allowed to participate?
As far as playing in the games, I actually don't know the answer to that, but there would be.
That's fine. Yeah, they're welcome to play. Anyone's welcome to play.
Okay, so you
Like
will
a-
have
a
individuals.
slot car, you know, when you go like put the slot cars on the track, anyone's welcome
So
to do that.
you're going to have individuals under 21 that may be attending an event. How are you going to make sure that individuals are not going to be served under 21?
Very, very, very carefully.
Do you,
Been here for 4
Okay.
hours.
are you going to have wait staff?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the wait staff will monitor individuals
Absolutely.
and card
Absolutely.
individuals. Okay.
Yeah, and people are not allowed off the street. It's a guest list that's coming from the corporation or the nonprofit who's ever renting the facility.
And I might point out that in her lease, we had to stipulate to the landlord that when she does have events, there will be security hired. So, and it will be licensed out there.
Mr. Romano, just to be clear, the catering establishment license, the main objective is the service of food, not anything else. So to just have somebody stand up with an appetizer doesn't meet the definition of a catering establishment. Food, it has to be.
We're going to have full trays of food and served.
It basically says, that the catering establishment means and includes any premises owned or operated by any person, firm, association in a bona fide manner, furnishes for hire therein one or more ballrooms, reception rooms, dining rooms, banquet halls, dancing halls, or similar places or assemblage for a particular function, occasion, or event, and or who or which furnishes provisions and service for consumption or use at such function, occasion, or event. Must have suitable and adequate facilities and accommodations to provide food and service for not less than 50. So it has to be based on the food. Everything else is secondary.
Got it?
So all events will have security, there'll be only private events, nobody walking off the street can come in.
No. Hence the catering license.
Okay. Ready to vote?
Mm-hmm.
Approved.
Yeah, based on those stipulations, I'll also approve. Good luck.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Is that you? 1126, Trey Chavez Restaurant and Bar.
I stand here and await your offer on submission. I believe for 24 years this applicant had a absolutely spotless record prior to this, and that's why.
Yes, I see that council asked to withdraw charge 4 and dismiss, the ALJ did not sustain charge 3. And for the remainder, I had a letter of warning.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Have a nice day.
You too.
1151 and 1152, Albany Manor.
Mark Miller, Buscemi. This is, today I brought with me the executrix of the will, who has filed an application to oversee the premises until the will is the provisions of the will are made.
Is she
it's
going
my
to close the
understand-
place on time?
I'm sorry, what?
Is she going to close the place on time?
Yes, she's going to close the place on time. The premises was closed on time. She has family running it. I didn't know this, but her brother is here today. He's a former corrections officer. He is going to also help her in running the premises. So that should help.
Not correction officers.
No, former he's retired,
but not-
and corrections
even if he
officers
was.
are entitled to have liquor licenses.
Yes.
The law says that. But again, I'm just saying that merely to explain this establishment was the sole means of support for an extended family, the Crookendale family, and unfortunately their brother died, and there is a will, and this is the young lady that's going to be the
Okay.
executive.
Do we have personal questionnaires on
her? Yes.
her and her?
No, I just
relative?
heard that today. I can get a personal questionnaire.
Okay, just submit it so we'll have it.
That's not a problem. But I mean, we're here today because 2 ALJs have dismissed the charges.
Yes.
Commissioner Kim I gave you the cases last week again.
Thank you
I
for
also
that.
gave you Mutilap at a later date. I don't know if you saw that one. Did you get Mutilap as well?
Yes.
Anyway, so I would ask that both judges' opinions be upheld and that this case be dismissed.
Okay.
Dismissed.
Dismissed.
Thank you.
Oh, ma'am, while I have you here, can you just put your name on the record?
My name is Monica Jones. Monica Jones.
Okay. Ms. Jones, just so you know that these charges were dismissed, but what's the closing hours do we have for them?
4 a.m., I think.
4 a.m. is the last time they can serve. 4:30 is when.
Okay.
The last time
Stick to those hours so we won't have further violations, even though these were dismissed, but hopefully going forward you won't have any issue.
Thank
you. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
1128, 5511 Avenue N.
This is a conditional no contest.
Mr. Mailer, in your CNC, you basically deny all the charges.
I
You
don't-
deny
I
the
don't-
gambling charge, you deny the books and records.
No, I'm
You
not-
say there was food.
I'm not denying anything. I'm pleading conditional no contest to all the charges and will accept all the charges. What I'm merely doing is what I've done in many a criminal case and pointing out to a district attorney, an ADA, the probable weakness of their case, only for the purposes of trying to settle.
No, in a criminal case, you would have to say, yes, there was no books and records there, or else it would be an Alford plea, and the judge wouldn't take it, and they'd send you to a hearing.
I'm not
Yet
making
you
this.
continually submit CNC letters where you deny the charges.
I'm not.
Deja vu.
I am pleading no contest to the charges conditioned on the
You say
penalty
no
of this
contest just to settle it, but by the way, we never committed
I
this
don't.
violation.
If I wanted it to be an Alford plea, I would make it an Alford plea, and I would specifically state it's an Alford plea. This is not an Alford plea. I'm just merely pointing out what I believe to be the weakness. But I'm not here to contest the charges. I don't understand why I have this continuous argument with counsel. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not.
It is the second. Accept this. No, my concern was, it seems like the licensee's not really there because he's ill and then his wife is ill, and who's really watching the
He
store?
is. This is a 76-year-old former police officer. This is an old man's bar, if I just may be blunt.
But it made the March list for the precinct. It's not a bar with a bunch of old men sitting around not causing a problem.
I will explain why it made the March list. There was one person that was complaining about alleged noise and other problems on the premises. This person is no longer in the area. He's moved out. Apparently, the landlord of the building next door got him out because he just constantly complained about everything. That necessitated a March operation.
So
against
it's
this
not that your client is doing a better job, it's just the person that's complaining no longer
No,
is
the person that complained made this a March target, if you will. It's an old man's bar. It
and
doesn't-
rightfully so. Old man with an underage sales.
Gambling, no food.
There's
The
a lot
gambling,
of
again,
kids in there, obviously.
I'm not here to argue the facts of this case as it is, but if even reading the investigator's report, what he did was he opened, and whether that's legal or not, I'm not even going to question, but he opened a cash box, In the cash box, he saw 3 names. Those 3 names were the owner of the bar, Tom, and the 2 barmaids. Those were their, when you open the premises, you need a bank. They opened it up with $500. That's what this was all about. This investigator never played any of those games. Those are Broadway games. The report as written, I'm not here to argue the facts of this case. Normally, I would go to a hearing. I don't want to go to a hearing because my client is an elderly man who's quite ill, but goes to the premises. This is his sole means of support, him and his wife. And he's got to go to sleep.
Let them know that he's going to lose it if
I recognize what the problems
these
are.
violations continue. Well, according to what you say, he hasn't reformed his behavior. He's just his complaining neighbor moved out.
First of all, the only one that I wouldn't argue at all was that a minor was able to obtain.
But you don't have to argue it. You already made an offer.
No, I'm not saying, but in terms of everything else. But and he fired that woman. That was the first day she was on the job.
So we have your offer. We have your offer of $12,000.
Yes.
I accept.
All right, I accept.
Thank you.
1111, SCH 104 Restaurant Corp.
This is also a conditional no comment.
I wanted this person
This
in.
is dancing.
Yeah, DJ, method of operation.
You want her in?
I want her in.
Okay. If you want her in, I'll put it up and get her in.
Do you want her in?
Yeah, all right. When's the next one? June?
Second.
Thank you.
Okay.
6-2. 1142, Whispers Inn.
Whispers Inn, I noticed this on the board meeting, on the board agenda. I just noticed it today. This is a client of mine. I don't know why there's a no contest. I was never given a copy of the notice of pleading. So can I ask that this be put over for the next board meeting to find out if he's still in operation? He may be closed for all I know.
Okay.
All right.
I'll hold it over to
Thank
that.
you. That's it.
Oh, it's your partner.
Oh, right, that's right.
1150, Central Avenue Discount Liquors.
Offer of $5,000?
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I'm
You
okay.
have it? Okay.
Yep.
I'll accept.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
$10.58, MS Wine Shop.
This was Mr. Buscemi's case.
Yes, it is.
His offer was for a 6-month suspension and $5,000.
That's correct.
I have a counter offer of canceling bond.
So do I.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good afternoon.
1129 and 1160A, Monte Carlo Enterprises.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Robert Reyes, this is the licensee, Milton Alvarado. The last board meeting 2 weeks ago, there were several other matters, which was you commissioners, I'll start again in English, sent it back to another ALJ to review. What I would request,
For Picardos Mexicanos,
that is correct.
we returned for alternate finding?
Not on these.
Oh,
There was,
okay.
No, not
There's
on
multiple-
these,
Oh,
on
okay.
the other. So what I was going to suggest, if it's okay with you guys, since I am in touch with Ms. Held, once I receive the new decision, if you could just put this off calendar, and then Ms. Held can put everything together.
Ms. Howe, can you tell me what were the other remaining
There's 2
items?
proceedings on after hearing, or I should say there's 4 proceedings on, and the board came back and was requesting that 2 charges in the 5th proceeding would be reviewed. Just 2 of the charges, so those have just been assigned to an alternate ALJ.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's a
from,
long
since,
process because this was a very large hearing.
yeah, it was rather many days and a lot of testimony.
But I'm willing to just go ahead and have a penalty on this one. I mean, we're all set to go on this one. To wait for the alternate findings, it's
Well,
a
it can
total
only be
different
a few
proceeding.
weeks, so I,
No, I know, but it's a total different proceeding.
no, I understand that.
You're planning on making a global offer for both?
If that would be necessary, yes.
All right. Okay, then I'll hold it over.
All right.
Okay.
Does he have a kitchen now?
Absolutely.
And he has food? He's serving food?
Yes, a matter of fact, at the hearing, we had introduced pictures and
Okay. It was just because it was then and here he said it was a fire. I wasn't sure if he's still serving now.
No, he absolutely
He's serving.
I was there about a week ago.
Is this a tavern or a restaurant?
You mean the original I don't know what
It's
the
which one?
original application was.
They didn't have utensils or anything.
One of the few online applications we had, so.
I was online?
Yeah, that was a
Not by me.
Where was that part again?
It's for Bar Tavern.
It is a bar tavern. Okay. Yeah, just to make sure that during this time, until we have the proceeding returned to the board, make sure that he's serving food the entire time. Okay. So, we'll see you on
Over without
whenever.
date,
Yeah,
but
we'll
I'll
Yeah, as
schedule
soon as I
whenever
get it, then
that's
I guess
concluded.
consolidated.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
1097, Mohegan Wines and Liquors.
Good afternoon, Commissioners,
Afternoon.
Council, CEO, Secretary of the Authority, Mr. Bryant. Adrienne Hunt, Hunt Law Group PC, on behalf of the applicant for the removal of Mohegan Wines and Liquors. I have with me Mr. John Cladis, Principal of Mohegan Wines and Liquors, Inc. We're here to remove from location within the Cortland Town Center to another location within the Cortland Town Center. I'm here to answer your questions.
Have any questions? I see it's a little further away from the closest stores originally, so that was a positive. You're moving because?
The lease expired and the landlord.
At this location that you have?
Give me a better price.
Okay. All right, I'm ready to vote.
Can we just get enforcement out on Marco's Vino and Spirits LLC? We didn't get a response.
We didn't get a response.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I approve.
I approve. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Item 1100, Liquor Castle, Brooklyn.
This was held over, this is Mr. Fogelman's case?
I have replaced Mr. Fogelman.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Can
good
you put your name
afternoon.
for the record?
Raquel Wasserman, attorney for Liquor Castle.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would first like to submit a packet that we have of supporting evidence, if it's okay.
Was that submitted to us earlier?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. Because the reason we held this over was because we had opposition and we reviewed the application, and what we offered to your client is to have a wine store. So what we held over was to hear if that was going to be a method of operation that she would accept.
I would like to say that it would not be something that she would accept, and I do understand that at the last hearing there were certain aspects, very important aspects of the store, which were completely left out and not stated whatsoever. And I think that these are the main, points of which make the store special, unique.
What are those?
Basically, this will be the only store in the area that will serve kosher liquor and wine. The Jewish population is very big in that area. We have statistics, we have community board bulletins that state so. We have put together a petition of approximately 300 Jewish residents and 6 community centers in the area that state and verify that there are 0 facilities that accommodate kosher dietary laws, which are
very strict, including, having a completely separate kosher section for the liquor and wine, which is demarcated as so, including changing out the product for certain holidays such as Passover, which
So what
has
percentage of our wines would be kosher?
approximately, I want to say, it would be, approximately 10% kosher wines, and there would be approximately 20% kosher liquors, including Israeli products such as Israeli made whiskey, things of that nature.
Such as, can you name one?
The Israeli whiskey, I forgot the name right now. However, I do have it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. She has a few of the names of the products that she would like to offer. However, there are many American, liquors that are kosher as well, that are under rabbinical supervision and marked as such. And those are...
So it's your statement that the whole rest of this community, all these 4 closest liquor stores, don't sell any kosher wines?
They have many shevitz. I personally went into each and every single one, and I had requested a kosher liquor and wine. The only item that all 4 of the closest liquor stores were able to point me to was Mani Shevitz. This was then I had sent out somebody from my office, a young gentleman, as well, to do the same a few weeks later. He had also gone in, asked for kosher, wine or liquor, and again, they were pointed out to Mani Shevitz.
Did you walk around and look at the others? They didn't have any of the Genis, they didn't have any of the Bertuna, they didn't have anything else? You're saying the only kosher wine that the people in this community have been drinking is Manischewitz?
Yeah, well, they're forced to go to other liquor stores. The stores in these areas do not supply their needs at all.
One of the closest 4 has 3,200 square feet. And to think, because when your client was here prior, we asked her what she was going to offer to the community that was not present in the existing stores. I don't recall kosher being one of them. And I don't recall that was mentioned, that was part of her method of operation to bring, different kosher product to the community. And now this is what she's offering, and I don't have the advantage of having the individuals that appeared in opposition.
I believe they are here. I'm sorry not to interrupt you, Commissioner. I saw a few check-ins.
Oh, okay. So we have a client. Can you step up to the podium?
Timothy Allen for Liquor on 56th Church. This is the second closest store.
Okay.
And I see someone else had signed in, I think Top Liquor, who was one of the 4, but I don't think he's here right now.
Okay.
Kind of a long day.
Yeah, that's the one that's 3,200 square feet. The one on 9515 Church Avenue.
So, these are bulletproof stores. My client was fine if it was a wine store that was coming in. But now, all of a sudden, when that was proposed to them, now they're focusing on kosher. That was never mentioned last time, as far as I remember. The 4 closest, 3 of the 4 have declining sales. They're bulletproof for a reason. They're, the precincts here are, the top couple of precincts for serious crimes. And it might sound great to say it's bulletproof now, but I think in a few years it might not, or sooner than a few years, it might not be realistic for them to promise that if they can't keep that promise. And again, we would be satisfied with a wine store.
Okay, thank you.
What about your client? Does she carry kosher wines?
Yeah. I work in the store for like 7 years. There's no Jewish coming to ask for the kosher wine. And I know the neighborhood, there's a Caribbean people, and then they don't drink kosher wine. I don't know how she come up with like 300 Jewish to sign up for that.
She has some kosher wine.
Okay.
So let's see, Top's Liquor, is this the same 2012 Avenue U? Yeah, they've been moved. They're now 5,000 square feet as opposed to 3,200?
I was just on their website. I was just on their website.
Yeah, their
and they
website
say
says
that
we
they're
have just
at Avenue
expanded
U.
to 5,000 square feet. And We have one of the largest selections of kosher wines in the Brooklyn area. Our store carries such well-known brands as Baron, Herzog, Bartanura, blah, 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 at least 7 items. So,
Which store is this?
Hops Liquor?
Do you have the address? I'm sorry.
That's on Avenue U,
Avenue U?
2812.
Oh, that's very far, though.
That far?
Yes.
Is that not the same as this?
No.
It's not the same?
It's a different neighborhood.
Yeah, this was
Okay.
9515 Church.
They have the same name.
That's the corporate name.
Oh, this is a corporate chain. Are they affiliated with the one on Church?
Should not be.
Why are there 2 with the same exact name in
Oh,
Brooklyn?
'cause one's
Well, this
the-
one's a corporate name. I don't know if that's
The
their
DBA
DBA
on-
name.
The one you're talking about is Top Liquor. Just Top Liquor is their DBA.
This is the DBA? Top Liquor Inc.
If I may, would I be able to show a board that I put
Sure.
up? This is, for example, this is the Ralph. This is Ralph Avenue and Avenue J. Liquor Castle is proposed to be right over here. Along Ralph Avenue and Avenue J, all the way to Empire Boulevard and Utica, because Ralph merges, there is not a single liquor store. There are none. This spans over 3 miles, and there are no liquor stores. In addition, Ralph Avenue is a major thoroughway. People traveling up Ralph Avenue will not, veer off to Church or to Rumsden, especially not to go to a bulletproof store. The Jewish population is very highly populated here, and they travel all the way down here because in this area, in the packet I had submitted, I believe it is Exhibit F, there are 25 Jewish community centers and synagogues in the area, many of which are under a mile away from Liquor Castle. And the individuals travel from here to down here, and they often go down Ralph Avenue, either walking or by car. And Liquor Castle is in a perfectly convenient spot. I will change the map to show, something else. However, that is one of the main points that I wanted to point out, is that along this route, it's a major thoroughway, not a single liquor store for 3.1 miles. And we feel that the public that Liquor Castle will cater to is not the same public that will walk into a bulletproof store. And we have in, I believe it is Exhibit B. We have letters from Jesse Hamilton, which is a New York State Senator, as well as John Sanderson. And Jesse Hamilton actually, if I could just quote it, he also states, currently no liquor stores in the surrounding areas carry any sort of variety when it comes to kosher spirits. Furthermore, he states something very important, which is my constituent aims to send an important message that beauty, peace, and jobs are not restricted to shops where only the wealthy frequent, but rather are values that every community deserves, and I join in advocating for pleasant and uplifting retail experiences throughout our community, and that shopping in a bulletproof store connotates that you are in a danger zone, and what we are promoting is a store that is not bulletproof, and we will withstand it. And the reason why Liquor Castle will withstand it is because the community is drastically changing. There are luxury condos being built. Community Board 17 recently, I could find an excerpt of it, they even stated there that the Jewish, and they specified the Jewish community is buying out large multifamily residences and buildings for their members.
But why wasn't this mentioned by Mr. Fogelman last time, who stood here with your client? Your client was here and stood here for a good 25 minutes and never once said, I'm going to be a center for kosher products.
I don't know if it was stage fright, but I do know that they did retain me for a reason. And when, she did come to me, she said to me, it was horrible. I was shocked. I didn't know what to say. She was so surprised because they did go over this at length. They spoke about it. Their, maps were drawn. Everything was gone over, and it just wasn't brought up. We don't know why. I can't speak for him, but they did have me here today to try to fix this and be able to express it to the board.
Does her husband's beer wholesaler specialize in kosher products at that location?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure, but
Ask your client.
they're kosher beer in beer. Almost every beer is kosher.
Also, but what you're talking about, sectioning off products and changing out products at Passover, that's what your husband does at his beer wholesaler?
No, that's not what he does. We're talking about something completely
Well, I'm
separate.
asking.
Okay.
They don't mark the kosher beer with the special etiquette.
Right.
There is not, almost every beer without flavor is kosher, and I gave the commissioner the list and said which one.
In regards to
The other letter that you had, I don't have that in support. Was that something you acquired new?
which
The
one?
letter that you read from?
State senators?
Yes, it was attached as Exhibit B. It wasn't.
Okay, so that was obtained as a result of you returning today. That wasn't amongst our original
Yes, correct.
submission?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. If I may want to.
Now, the community board letter, they sign it saying, I have no objections. It doesn't say that the community board has no objections. It says, the Commerce Committee has not had any reports or incidences as it pertains to this business, and it is my belief that the business owner will comply with their requirements. Therefore, I have no objections regarding the issuance of a liquor license to the following applicant. Why isn't does it say the community board doesn't have any objections?
I don't know why it was drafted this way by the chairperson. However, this wasn't a requirement. We just went out and, we personally had reached out to as many people as possible. And, this is the letter that they had given us. I can't attest as to why it was written in the first person.
And the letterhead says that the person who signed it is the second vice chair, but he went ahead and signed it as the chairperson.
Well, that's not, I can't speak to as to why he did that. I did not notice that
obtained
in
this?
advance. Yeah, second chair.
Who dealt with Mr. Hassan Berker?
I believe Ms. Gelman did.
Do you know him?
Personally, no. She's personally no. I wanted to just say 5614 Church Avenue was just here, the opposition speaker. I just want to point out that they are 1,214 feet from Liquor Castle. They are pretty much in their own universe. They're separated by Kings Highway, which has 4 lanes, 2 lanes going northbound, 2 lanes going southbound, a service road on each side with a lane that you can drive through and parking on each side of the service road. I mean, we're talking about 1, 2, 3, 4, like 10 lanes on Kings Highway. And then Linden Boulevard is a major, it's Route 27, it's a major highway. They are even in their own zip code. This is where the proposed location of Liquor Castle is. This is point A. They are located at point B. I mean, it's in no way would somebody, wander off or the business be taken from them. Furthermore, they only offer 88 square feet of shopping area. We are offering a full 800 feet of shopping area, which...
You said they only offer, this is 5614 Church, only offer how much?
88 square feet of shopping area because of the bulletproof glass. So when you walk in, you're pretty much just walking into a corridor and, plexiglass or whatever it is, on each side. We're basically offering the full 800 feet of shopping area where you can look from aisle to aisle, take a look at everything. We're also offering to have touchscreen devices, at the ends of different aisles where consumers can come, take a look at different websites, check out different products. We're going to have a website where consumers could also pre-order, come into the store and pick up. We're going to offer delivery, local delivery. We're going to offer many benefits to the public, including we're going to have wine baskets for different holidays. We're going to have, wine tastings, different pairings, informational sessions. We're really going to do wonderful things for the community, and to kind of open the doors up to the community rather than treating it like a danger zone, which my client strongly feels it is not. And, if you look at the letters of support, there are many people that feel that it's no longer a danger zone and that it's evolving, and it craves this type of attention in order to keep evolving this neighborhood, as opposed to treating it as, some kind of crime zone.
Do you know when this community board statement of district needs was issued? Because the letterhead is different and even gives different addresses for the location of the community board, and it lists different officers.
Let me take a look. 1 moment.
Did the community board move?
I don't know.
You have one that lists it at 411 Farragut Road, corner of Albany Avenue. The other letterhead says 39 Rebson Avenue. One has the chairperson as Robert Antoine. The other has the chairperson as Dr. Gail Reed Barnett. What is going on?
Which, you're looking at
In the original application,
petition that was submitted?
a statement of community district needs, and then you submitted a letter from Hassan Berkerand.
Let me check the original file, because I was not the attorney that originally submitted it. Let me take a look. 1 moment, I should have it. Okay, so I think that the statement of community district needs was taken directly from the website. I don't know how recently. I am assuming that they probably did move, although I guess to verify that, I could place a call to them or something, because,
The website says the Farragut Road address.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that they moved because this was printed from the website.
Okay.
I mean, the other stores, I understand that they were here last time as well. Again, 637 Remsen is 1,109 feet away from the proposed location of Liquor Castle. They also have 60 square feet of shopping area in a bulletproof, alleyway. 9315 Church Avenue is 1,690 feet away from Liquor Castle. And again, we're crossing over into different zip codes across the highway, Kings Highway or Linden Boulevard, whatever it may be. We're not talking about something that's down the block or 2 blocks down where you could easily walk to. And again, Ralph Avenue, major thoroughway. So somebody traveling down Ralph is not going to veer off to these other streets. And, we are targeting a completely, different people that would originally, go to a bulletproof store. And I just realized I did not give my packets. Can I?
You can hand them out. Would the opposition like to be heard?
I think it's probably somewhat unusual that the 4 closest stores showed up, which is what happened when this was first on. And they all spoke of declining sales and the poor business and how this would impact them. And this was put over for the applicant to consider a wine store only. And now when they come back, it's all shifted to kosher wines, which was never mentioned, I don't think, once last time. So, again, my client would be fine if it was a wine license was issued. That's how it was portrayed, that this appearance was for them to answer that question. And I would ask that you stay consistent with that.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to just add one more thing that, the sales aren't really significantly declining, but besides that, again, competition, that's what this country is basically built on. And again, we're targeting completely different areas. we're offering completely different items, and, you know, what we're offering is basically the essence of, you know, community, you know, public convenience and advantage. Finally, my client also has, you know, goes up 16 feet in height, the store. So they would basically have approximately, you know, 7 to 8 feet of selection, and then the rest is storage. By having that, they'll be able to have a bigger variety. They'll be able to pass along better discounts to their clients.
They're like petitions from Queens Boulevard and Flushing and Astoria. How did you attain these petitions? Because we have this whole page with people from Flushing and Elmhurst and Woodside and the Bronx and Jamaica.
It's probably people passing through. There are a lot of buildings, commercial residences there, commercial businesses, buildings. So maybe it's probably people that walk there. My client was standing out in the street. My client was walking around, you know,
all the people in Flushing and Elmhurst and Astoria decide to walk through there that day?
No, maybe I don't know if it was the same day, but they probably, you know, work there, or maybe it's people that go to the, you know, the various community centers. You know, I didn't ask where they're coming from. I mean, listen, it's very hard to get people to put down their address and sign a petition.
Well, you did a great job. You have over 100 people with their addresses, but nobody's from that area. Everybody's from Bell Boulevard and Bayside and 19th Street and Manhattan.
No, there are a lot of people. If you look at... I'm
looking at the petitions you handed me.
So the petitions in Exhibit C, I believe, almost all of the addresses are Brooklyn. They're Canarsie. They are, you know, Bergen Beach, Eastern Parkway, Crown Heights. If you take a look at it, there's a few here in downtown Brooklyn.
Anyway, I see what I see, so thank you.
Yeah, well, that's
I don't think you need to
Exhibit B,
correct
and
me
then-
for see what I see, so...
No, there are two petitions. That's why there's one in Exhibit B.
Okay, that's enough on the petition. I was just pointing that out. Thank you.
All right, I'm ready to vote. The situation is still the same, that the 4 closest stores that exist in that community are servicing that community. It is a bulletproof store. I like the fact that she's willing to offer an open store. That's why I asked for a wine license, because based on the population there, as well as the declining sales, it's moderate sales, even for the stores that are like 800 square feet. They have, their sales are so much lower than the normal store of that size. Nothing was submitted to the board stating that this area is going to warrant another store. I understand that gentrification is occurring, but it's very slow. All these stores are bulletproof. I did appreciate, like I said, that she's willing to have an open store, but right now, only a wine store. If that's not something she's willing to have as a method of operation, I have to deny the application.
Commissioner, would it be possible to set it down for another hearing so that way the opposition could have an opportunity to come and maybe give their remarks to the kosher? I mean, we know
they're going to oppose the application either way. Now, the component of having kosher wines, that's
liquors.
something new. That's something new that she's offering now and was not before us prior. So to continue to hold it over, I'm sure she's going to offer another selection. And at this point, it's not really so much the type of, whether it's kosher, whether it's Indian, Asian products. It's just the amount of alcohol that's in this area is going to saturate the area just based on the proportions of her store and what's existing currently. So to offer something different would be if it was only wine, and if she wants to add the kosher wine, that's great. But consistently, this area has not had an overwhelming amount of growth. And if she wants to offer it, and you can come back and ask us for a full liquor, but it has to be over a year. It can't be within that. If she wants to open the business and start as a wine store. But right now, I don't see this area being able to sustain all of these stores within 0.4 of a mile.
Commissioner, if I may, I just, I have pretty much a map set up for every single one, and we strongly oppose the fact that it's saturated, and we feel that, perhaps the reason why they're not growing is because it is a bulletproof store. I don't know many people that would go into a bulletproof store. You walk, it gives the connotation of bad things. It's not, perhaps if there was something that was open and...
The closest one on Church is a bulletproof store, right?
Yes.
That one's has $1.1 million in gross sales. So people aren't afraid of going into a bulletproof store.
And that's the only one, but I'm saying that there's room there. There's room to add another store that's not bulletproof, that offers this product, that offers...
I voted to deny
Yeah, I
the
agree with
application.
Commissioner Green. If you want to open up a wine store, then we consider it, but otherwise, no in the full liquor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
1157, Yi Trading NY.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Stay here so long. Okay. I believe you have received by April 28th supplemental documents with the landlord's letter. If you don't have one, I have additional copy for you.
Your letter?
And the landlord's supporting letter too.
Oh, Arthur Smiles and Pat.
Mr. Smile says your applicant owns another liquor store?
Yes.
That's
But
illegal.
it's
It's
sold.
illegal.
No, it's sold in 2013.
So he previously owned a...
Yeah, previously
Okay,
owned.
because in the letter it says he owns another liquor store.
I double-checked with him just a few hours ago, and it was not clear, but it was sold because he changed his heart that year. He has no intent to run a liquor store that time, but he has more than 4 years experience.
Excuse me, are you all here for opposition? Okay, let's hear from the opposition.
Oh, okay,
first,
no problem.
We'll come back.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Anshu Agarwal. I'm the owner of Sizzling Wines and Liquor, which is the closest store to the proposed location. I'm about 800 feet away, according to LAMP, to the store. Within 1.44 miles of the store, there are 7 liquor stores. And in September last year, this application was denied, which is right across the street from the proposed location, where all the chairpersons recognized and they understood that Levittown is already saturated with liquor stores and there is no room to grow for any other new liquor stores. And recently there has been one application approved in East Meadow, which is also less than a mile away, so we already added.
Yes, I saw that one.
Yeah.
That one is the Wine and Liquor Marketplace.
Yes.
That's the third closest.
Coming to the public convenience, we have some pictures of the store. There is no parking really in front of the store.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And, there's been no increase in population. The population has declined by 2.2%. We work very hard to, run our business. We offer all the latest wines, anything new that comes out. We offer wine tasting on weekends, work very hard and, to survive in this tough competition. I also brought this flyer for you, where you see all the pages have the ads. Every page has the ad of a liquor store. So in this tough competition, it's very hard to survive already. Every page has a liquor store.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
that's why, you might know us already. We are like last year, 3 times we were here. There's so many vacant stores in Levittown right now. The economy is depressed that, we won't be surprised if we go back home, we see another gross sales letter, and we'll be back in 3 months, So it's just a request you to deny this license.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's first few pages.
Okay, next.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Harbhajan Baidwan from AD7 Wine and Liquor from Levittown. And
What's the address? I'm sorry.
172B Gardner's Ave.
Okay, yes, the second closest, thank you.
Yeah. Last year we came 2 times here, same thing.
Mhm.
So we're repeating same words again and again.
Okay.
So.
You're opposed to the new
Yes,
application?
yeah, please.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Bao Chan. I'm the owner of Wine and Liquor Marketplace. I just take over this business like about a year ago, and the business is really poor. We are still struggling. Yeah, so it's very hard time for us if another liquor store will be open, very close by.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, again, my name is Siva Karunagaran. I'm on the Jerusalem Plaza Liquor, 438 Jerusalem. I'm the fourth closest to the store because I'm close to Clinton.
438?
438, 440 Jerusalem Avenue, Hicksville. My store is close to Levittown, so this is around less than a mile and a half distance from my store. So I'm the fourth closest store from here. So
You're more than a mile and a half, because...
yeah, it's more than a mile and a half.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. You can step up to the podium.
Thank you. My name is Hong Chen, 136-20 38th Avenue, suite number is 9H, Flushing, New York. This is the license applicant.
Put his name on the record as well?
Yes.
His name on the record?
Okay.
My name is Sean Lee.
Thank you.
This new store will comprise a ground floor for total 2,000 square feet. The ground floor will consist of retail sales area, restroom, storage, and office. And
So just out of curiosity, one of the opposition submitted a denial right across the street. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that, but what would make your store any different from that proposed store?
Okay. We got 5 close package store gross income. 3 of them are increased in the past 5 years. And 2 of them are in neighborhood East Meadow. And there's the reason we try to open a store, because the highway geographically divide Hempstead Turnpike into 2 distinct sections of the town. Our client will occupy space from the south part of Hempstead Turnpike. There are little possibility to have clients overlap due to the Hempstead Turnpike. And you could see the landlord is very strict to recruit his tenant. The letter saying he approved tenants whose background and business experience have been strictly vetted.
But on the same Hempstead Turnpike, within 1.6 miles, there's already 4 liquor stores, full liquor stores. Your client wants to be the 5th store within 1.6 miles. And actually the second largest, he's about 2,000 square feet. Already exists in that area within the 1.6 are 4 liquor stores. What is he bringing that is not actually provided with all of these liquor stores? And it's on the same Hempstead Turnpike. So what is he bringing to this area that's not already provided?
Okay. First of all, I was told, and you could check on website, the 2 stores within 1.6 miles are in Eastern Meadow, different
The 4 stores you're referring to?
No, I said 2.
4th and 5th stores, 2 of the 5.
2 of them.
The last 2.
2 of 5.
That's in East Meadow.
Yeah, East Meadow. And 3 of them, 3 of the 5 increased their gross income in the past 5 years. So we do believe there is room for us to run the business.
But saturating one strip, which is Hempstead Turnpike, I know it's several miles going in each direction, several lanes in each direction, but on one street, even though, it borders another town, it's still within 1.6 miles, so driving, which I'm sure most of the clients will do, they're less than, a minute to 30 seconds away from getting to another liquor store. So even though it borders Levittown and East Meadow, it doesn't change the distances between the stores.
I agree with that part. But he may give you some idea because he visit there often and discuss with landlord more than me.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have been the one Coastal Street, and I saw their selections. I have been in the business for about 4 years before I sold their stores.
And what did you do when you say you've been in the business?
Manage the store, helping the customers select wines, and I know a lot about wines. And when I work in the stores, not now them, but most of their wine is from the small distributor, which is not very well known by the customer. In that way, a lot of customers have to, cannot find the wines. And I can provide the wines they need, at least in the majorities. And the second one is the store in AJ7s. I would say they kind of more for the local peoples or for the communities. And the one we located in the Hempstead Turnpike, they're more for the commercial. A lot of people going to drive by.
So why did you pick this area?
Because that's a good spot. And also, I have this guy, I found it. That will be the closer, and it will be the convenience store for...
Did you know the landlord before?
No.
So how did you find this particular location?
We look around because it's not the only store we, looking for, and we have searched a lot of stores before this one, and luckily I just passed by that and I found that one, and I think it is a good spot, and I check everything over there and the nearby stores, and I do think there should be a little bit of space. At least I can provide better service and provide better wines. Most of the well-known wines to the customer or the passerby, peoples.
Okay, thank you.
One thing we would mention, the landlord has this shopping center for 25 years, and he has 9 tenants. And he discussed with the existing tenant to welcome the new addition to the center is more commercial, as my client saying. This store comprises 2,000 square feet, but there is a restroom, storage, and office. If you could divide by
even if it's 1,000 square feet, he's still comparable to the sizes that are already existing. There's actually there's only one that's less than 1,000 feet. 1,000 square feet in the list of the closest 5. So he's still adding a significant size store, and it's in an area of 1.6 miles, and there's already 4 stores on that same strip. I think if he found another location, but right now on the Hempstead Turnpike, there's already 4 stores existing, and one of those stores are 3,100 square feet. I'm sorry, that was my mistake. It's actually on a different avenue.
And how many lanes is Hempstead Turnpike, I'm sorry?
It's about 3 each way, but I could be wrong.
How many lanes? Is it 3?
It changes in different parts.
In this area, how many?
I'm sorry, it's 5 lanes total, 2 on going west, 2 on going east, and 1 service lane on the east.
Service lane. Yes. So the fact that it's across the street, this is the only one on the even side?
Yes.
It's not the highway, or the turnpike is only 4 or 5 lanes?
I'm sorry, but most of the time when you have to go across the street, you have to either drive a couple blocks for the right turn signs. And every people, people who have to really spend a lot of time on that.
We have different side of that turnpike, the highway. You could give us a condition to give.
Yeah, as you can see, like most of the stores, they are in the Coast Street side. Yeah, the marketing place that's in the Coast Street, in the shopping mall there, and another one also is Coast Street. And the people, if people have to go there, they all have to like drive far away and a few blocks, and then make turns, and then in order to get into this place. And for us, we will really make that convenience that people can just, off the service road, and they can just park right in the front or in the back, and it would be much convenient for them. At least save them 10-20 minutes.
I also have pictures for you showing there is a parking space front and the back. It's very convenient for shopping center buyer clients. Plus, we
I see
look
the
at
front, that you already have pictures of the front that you submitted.
And plus, we saw 3 stores in the
Yeah,
neighborhood
and I see the parking.
has increased gross income.
Okay. All right, we're ready to vote. You're ready. I'm going to deny the application. It's, like I said, the distances are not reasonable. We're going to saturate specifically that area. Hempstead Turnpike has 4 stores. Within 1.6 miles, there's actually 5. That 5th one is not on Hempstead. We just licensed one on Hempstead Turnpike, which is the 3rd closest, last year. I don't see how this store, or this area warrants another liquor store. We would be saturating this area. It's not based on the competition. I heard from the opposing stores, but there still would be a amount of stores and square footage on Hempstead Turnpike, and I don't see that it warrants another license. If he finds another location, I'll take that into consideration, but for this one, I deny.
Well, I like the fact that it's on the other side of the street, whereas all the other stores seem to be on the odd-numbered Hempstead Turnpike, but I agree with Commissioner Green. Vote to deny.
If you delay, can you give us delay later as soon as possible? Because we pay rent from day one. We pay a couple months in rent.
Like, what would you like?
If you give our delay later, earlier, we could pay less rent. We are paying rent now.
How quickly does it come?
Because last time the delay later come 2 months later from meeting. That's.
Yeah, we'll get to you when you
We'll
can.
send a disapproval letter out probably within the next 2 days.
Either you send us email.
You need a denial letter in order to get out of the
later.
lease?
We approve. We will delay.
They'll get it in. They said they'll send it in a couple of days. It just won't have the reasons on it, but you'll get your disapproval letter.
You can get that.
It'll go out in a couple of days.
We regret, but anyway, that's decision.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1098, Turning Stone Resort Casino.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Forgive my allergy voice here. I'm Pete Carmen on behalf of Turning Stone Resort Casino, which owns Yellow Brick Road Casino in Chittenango, New York. Yellow Brick Road Casino is a $30 million project that will open for business in early June. The opening of Yellow Brick Road Casino is the next follow-on outcome of the historic settlement agreement between the state of New York and the Oneida Nation and Madison County and Oneida counties. You'll recall from our recent appearances here on other applications that the settlement agreement has 2 important features or components to it. First is what's written expressly in the agreement. The expressed written agreement resolved every outstanding dispute between the state of New York and the Oneida Nation in Madison and Oneida counties, including the issues that had been at hand before the State Liquor Authority in the past. Those had all been resolved. But beyond the 4 corners of the agreement itself, the second aspect of the settlement agreement or component that is relevant is that it created a new atmosphere of cooperation and good faith between the Oneida Nation and the counties and the state of New York. It ended literally generations of lawsuits, but it also ended generations of distrust, and it fostered a new era of fair dealing and respect between the state and the nation and the counties. And the development of Yellow Brick Road Casino, that is the subject of the application before you today, is one of the outgrowths of that new era. Not just with respect to the agreement's express provisions authorizing this gaming at this location, but with a collaboration that has been exhibited on this particular project between the Oneida Nation and officials in the village of Chittenango and with state agencies who are relevant to the project. We, and I personally, have worked directly and personally with state and local officials to address exactly the impacts that are outlined by the 3 residents who submitted comments to the SLA in opposition to the application for the license at Yellow Brick Road Casino. In fairness, we presume that the 3 residents who submitted the objections were not necessarily privy to the considerable work that was being done between the Oneida Nation and local and state officials and agencies to address the very issues that they raised in their letters. Nor, in fact, was Senator Valesky aware of those efforts when he and Assemblyman McGee sent their letter. Upon seeing Senator Valesky's letter, I personally reached out to him and spoke to him on the phone and walked him through each of the measures that we have taken, and more importantly, the collaboration with the village officials, and to assure Senator Valesky that the Oneida Nation has gone well beyond what the SLA licensees typically are expected to do in order to ensure that we are providing a safe and suitable environment for the public. And I'd like to take just a brief moment to walk you too through those same measures. You have our submissions, obviously. I won't belabor the point, but I'll just highlight.
But it's good to go over them because some of the issues that were raised by the letters that we received from, that you had mentioned, the residences were concerned with specifically traffic and intoxicated individuals. So to pretty much summarize your security plan and the traffic and how that's going to be facilitated through the county.
Sure. Let me address those in turn, and I'd start with traffic. Keep in mind that Yellow Brick Road Casino is small. It takes up a small portion of a strip mall that has existed in a commercially zoned district by the village of Chittenango for many years. It's smaller than all of the state's racinos. It has no hotel, no nightclub, no spa, no table games, no poker. The village had zoned it as a commercial area, a commercial district, before the Oneida Nation reacquired it. It currently has a grocery store, but it previously had, in addition to that grocery store, a very large department store, an OTB parlor, a liquor store, none of which are there anymore. All of those spaces are still vacant. Yet the plaza had been set up and the traffic patterns had been set up to handle all of the traffic for that larger mall. More importantly, throughout the development process, the Oneida Nation and I personally have been working with the New York State Department of Transportation to mitigate any possible impacts of increased traffic at the site. In addition, we commissioned an independent traffic study by a New York licensed engineering firm that specializes in traffic engineering, and we presented those results in full to the State Department of Transportation. And I point out the State Department of Transportation in particular because it is located on a state Route 5, which is West Genesee Street. Pursuant to our discussions with the Department of Transportation, the Oneida Nation, at its own expense, is paying to widen Route 5 in front of Chittenango Plaza. We are instituting dedicated turn lanes in front. We are widening the main entry and exit point to the plaza. And we're constructing new curbs to limit entry and exit access points, all to mitigate the possible traffic impact. And the Department of Transportation has been satisfied with these measures, and the Department of Transportation is in the process of authorizing the road work to begin them as soon as possible. I think what's equally important, however, is the road work that is not being done insofar as it relates to the comments that you have received. The Oneida Nation even offered to fund the development and installation of a new traffic signal on Route 5. The Department of Transportation declined to do that because the Department of Transportation was not convinced that Yellow Brick Road Casino would attract enough traffic to warrant installation of a traffic signal. The Department of Transportation expressed concerns that traffic might not be heavy enough to warrant the extra traffic mitigation measures. So while the three neighbors have identified traffic impacts, the Department of Transportation is declining to allow us to take any further actions to mitigate the traffic impacts. I will represent to you, just as I have represented to the Department of Transportation, that if the traffic flow is such that it warrants installation of the traffic signal, the Oneida Nation will install at its own expense the traffic signal in collaboration with the Department of Transportation.
Mr. Carmen, the nation is waiving their sovereign immunity in terms of the alcohol beverage control law in the state liquor authority's jurisdiction.
Yes, we are absolutely anticipating that question from you, Counselor.
I thought we'd get it out of the way.
Let me be explicitly clear. We've done it in writing in our application, and I reaffirm it here that the State Liquor Authority has its full panoply of administrative enforcement efforts under the alcohol beverage control law against the Oneida Indian Nation. We do not equivocate from that at all. We waive our immunity with respect to the State Liquor Authority's enforcement.
And your opening is planned for June 2nd?
Yes, it is. To be clear, we have a soft opening for June 1st to practice. But then the public open would be June 2nd. With respect to increased people and the security associated with that, particularly with the introduction of liquor at the site, the first point to note is that we have been working closely with village officials on those issues. And to be clear, as I walk through this, the feedback from the village officials has been overwhelmingly positive. There's been a lot of publicity in Chittenango over the introduction of Yellow Brick Road Casino. I note in that regard that of the village's more than 5,000 residents, 3 have submitted objections to the State Liquor Authority. The village has not objected, the town has not objected, the county has not objected. Of the 3 residents who have objected, 2 of them live roughly a mile away from the site, and we're unable to ascertain where the 3rd person lives. We believe the response to the publicity about Yellow Brick Road Casino has been positive, and the objections have been limited to just 3 residents because the nation is taking what is nearly a vacant strip mall and revitalizing it and bringing activity to an eyesore. Our presence includes several layers of security, several layers of law enforcement protection, and we're making the plaza cleaner and safer than the nearly blighted mall that existed beforehand. And we believe that residents have been supportive because they've been working with their village officials to address the issues they've raised, including precisely the objections raised by the 3 residents. With respect to parking on side streets, the nation, at the village's request, has designed and constructed internal parking area behind Chittenango Plaza to remove the risk of cars parking on the streets. To the extent that questions were raised about increased traffic flow on a side street that runs along the side of the plaza, we've erected new curbing to restrict traffic flow to the Route 5 entrance. To the extent that questions have been raised about lighting at Chittenango Plaza, the Oneida Nation has installed high berms 6 feet high and dense foliage on top of it along the perimeter of the parking area to buffer the nearby streets from lighting impacts. To the extent issues or questions have been raised about Yellow Brick Road guests walking into neighborhoods, and by the way, we note that there's nothing illegal about guests walking into a neighborhood, but nevertheless,
it's what they do while they're there.
And if they're drunk, that's what they're worried about.
Fair enough, so let me address that clearly. The nation volunteered to erect fencing in the foliage along the perimeter to prevent pedestrians from accessing streets in the surrounding areas. Some of the neighbors wanted fencing, so we agreed to do it. But then village officials told us that other residents did not want fencing. And so presumably because they wish to access Yellow Brick Road without having to go all the way around. So we've offered to put up fencing where neighbors want it, not have fencing where neighbors don't want it. It's in the budget. We don't have to do it. We're waiting to hear back from the village on what they wish us to do. With respect to intoxicated patrons, I think we start with a premise that Turning Stone Resort, which is owning and operating Yellow Brick Road Casino, has a record of being a responsible licensee, and we hope gives confidence that Yellow Brick Road Casino will be exercised with the same level of care and commitment that the State Liquor Authority has come to expect from the Oneida Nation. We have more than 4.5 million visitors a year at Turning Stone Resort Casino. They're filling there with nightclubs, restaurants, bars, gaming floor. And since the Turning Stone license initially was issued to CD Food and Beverage back in 2010, and then to Turning Stone subsequently in 2014, we've had more than 18 million visitors at Turning Stone, and we've never had a single enforcement issue there. We think it's because 100% of our employees are trained on how to handle these situations. 100% of our beverage touching employees, all of our employees undergo background checks before they can step foot on property. The majority of our employees, including our food and beverage employees, undergo 2 layers of background checks, including a check by the New York State Police. 100% of our employees are drug tested before they can begin work for us. All of our employees are subject to random drug tests during employment, and they are subject to mandatory drug testings after any suspicious incidents. Yellow Brick Road Casino is smaller and far less susceptible to issues that could have but have not arisen at Turning Stone. As we outlined in our application, Yellow Brick Road Casino has multiple layers of security, surveillance, regulatory oversight, and law enforcement oversight, not just by the Oneida Nation, but also by the state of New York. The New York State Police has an office on site. The New York State Gaming Commission has an office on site. That's in addition to larger presences on site by Turning Stone Security, which is assigned to Yellow Brick Road Casino, the Oneida Nation's federally accredited police department, Yellow Brick employees, Yellow Brick Road Casino employees are trained specifically on handling intoxicating beverages, and we're confident that they're prepared to handle it with the same degree of effectiveness and success as the Turning Stone employees have been.
Mr. Carmen, can I just ask one side question of interest, probably only to me? It's a casino. It's an adult establishment. Why do a whole name and a theme after a child's story? I mean, I could just see driving by and my children are like, I want to go there. Just curious.
Yes. No, that's a great question. It's based in Chittenango, New York, which is the birthplace of L. Frank Baum, the author of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. We are participating in the village's strategic plan to help tout the village's, bragging rights.
That's interesting.
You learn something new every day.
Not only has the village of Chittenango fully...
So what about
Sorry,
this?
we're just fascinated right now.
What about
So
this
fascinated.
concern about the music playing 24/7 and the outdoor speaker system and the sound ricocheting off the hills and this outside smoking patio, talking at all hours? Can you just address that for me?
I can't, yes. First, with respect to the outdoor speakers, upon hearing the concern about that, we went back and re-engineered those speakers so that they are each zoned on a separate volume panel, and they can be turned down as low as necessary. They're not controlled on the same frequency as inside. Okay. With respect to the smoking patio, it is a very, let me begin by saying that the indoors of Yellow Brick Road Casino is smoke-free, 100%. We need to provide an outlet for people who wish to smoke. The smoking area is in the back. Immediately adjoining it is a bus drop-off. Immediately beyond that is a large parking lot. It is not upon the houses. And it's a relatively small area, and there are no amenities out there that would encourage people to stay out there other than chairs or benches for people to sit on.
Okay. All right. Anything else? The record? It's pretty.
No, I think it's pretty thorough. You submitted additional materials, specifically addressing the letters that we received, so I appreciate that. But if you don't have any questions,
No.
I'm ready to vote. I approve.
I approve.
Thank
you.
you, both
Thank you.
commissioners. Thank you.
1076, Melody Karaoke.
What was that, 10?
76. 76, right?
1076.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Yao, attorney for the licensee Melody Karaoke, Inc. The reason why I'm here today is to hopefully appeal before the board to consider a lesser penalty than I had originally offered before the board. Given that new facts have come to light since my original conditional offer.
What are the new facts?
Yeah, what are those?
Sorry?
What are
What
those?
are the new facts?
Well, shortly after the submission of the conditional offer, I had made a FOIL request about a month or two prior, and I received a full copy of the original application. Specifically, right now, I would like to speak on the charges of the unauthorized alteration or extension of the premises, and also the nonconformance to application. The reason for those charges is because the license on display currently verbatim states it is a restaurant serving beer, wine, and liquor, which is not so. The licensee has stated to me that it has always been a karaoke bar, and it has never been a restaurant at all. He has never made any changes.
Because I saw that it was a karaoke restaurant, but if you can look at the original application, we'll get to that. But one of the issues that I had was that has your client continued to buy their purchases from BJ? Because that was one of my concerns. It's
Right,
an unauthorized source
I'm not
charge.
here denying any of the charges, except that the only issue with the BJ was he purchased bottled water from BJ. That was what had happened.
Bottled water?
Right. So it had nothing to do with any of the alcoholic beverages.
Okay. Because I don't have the product that he purchased. All I have is BJ's.
Right.
Is that true, counsel?
Yeah, we don't have the details of how much they purchased from BJ's.
No.
This was a police referral rather than our
According to my client,
investigators.
the only issue as to that charge was bottled water.
Bottled water?
Right.
But it didn't have the New York recycling, the 5 cent. That was not for
Where'd they
that.
buy the water from?
BJ's.
Yeah,
That's the
it's
only
not
thing.
for resale.
I mean,
Oh, I
it
see what
doesn't
you're saying.
concern any of the alcoholic beverages he has on site for resale.
Okay. And your understanding is that his original application was for what type of method of operation?
Well, at the time of the charges, he had no information in his possession. The only thing he could tell me was verbally, so without more information, I was, for
so
me
you
to
don't
assess the
know
case, I only...
exactly what he applied for?
Right.
Okay,
I was only able to submit the conditional offer that I had before you initially.
We're going to get clarification on
Now I have...
as a karaoke restaurant.
Now I have the original application, and looking at the
hold on just for
application...
a second. Yes,
They're simply police summonses. We don't have the
What the
traditional
product
R
was.
investigator who would go in and do an inventory inspection.
So now that I have the original application before me that I had a chance to review, it does indicate karaoke restaurant on the page, method of operation, except, the representative who completed the application and the licensee never intended it to be a restaurant as defined under the alcoholic controlled beverage laws.
Right.
In the first page, there was an entry for a license code of 252, meaning on-premises liquor, as opposed to 241,
No.
which
no.
would be on-premises restaurant.
They can have an on-premise liquor license, and then you decide whether, you let us know whether you're going to be a bar or a restaurant.
Right.
So that class of license doesn't mean that.
Additionally, the floor plan that was submitted alongside with that application clearly shows that it's a bar and not a restaurant. There is no full-on kitchen in there. It's as would have been defined in the alcoholic beverage control laws. Therefore, upon submission of that original application, the license that was issued thereafter shows a license with a code showing 252 and not 244.
I saw that in your submission, but what we have down as a restaurant.
It is a restaurant. It shouldn't have been approved as a restaurant, but it was.
The intent was never a restaurant. It was never his. He has never made any affirmative act to, to create a establishment that was, not authorized or allowed by the authority. Only down the road, sometime in 2009, when the authority changed the formatting and the layout of the license, they removed the license code absolutely and then only displayed the description of the establishment at that point, where it describes that as a restaurant.
On their renewal applications, they did list themselves
As a tavern, okay.
What about this C of O copy? I noticed that all the floors in this building, then they're for store, non-commercial club.
Use group is what we would go by, because back in the older certificates of occupancy, they didn't say more than store, so the use group 6 allowed us to deem it open.
Okay.
So now required to either say use group 6 or 8.
With that, I would come down on the penalty.
Sure.
I would actually give him $2,500. You offer $5,500, I have $2,500 as a penalty. I mean, based on the fact that they have renewed as a tavern, and also I don't have anything depicting what the purchases were from BJ's. But being that in fact, your client did purchase from BJ's, which they're not authorized to do, and sold whatever their product was actually for sale at the premise when it was, when the summons was issued, and the extension of premise. So for those, for those violations, my penalty would be $2,500.
Thank you.
I agree.
Just for the record, I updated our workflow record, so the next license, when they renew, will show tavern, not restaurant.
Great.
Thank you.
Would it be a bar or a tavern?
They're the same thing in our.
Yeah, they don't have much food requirement, so he won't be classified as a restaurant.
Do you need the notice of appearance here? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Submit that. Thank you.
Thank you. 1073, MHW.
I don't think they're here.
Don't think they're here?
I didn't see them.
We'll pass on that.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Oh, you're just here to hear the, okay.
I'm sorry, what was that calendar number?
It's 1073. Just, we have someone in the audience who just wants to hear what the board wants to do. So there's no one speaking.
No one stepped up.
Nobody's speaking. They don't want to speak.
Okay.
They're just curious.
They just want to know what happens. 1073?
The whole set.
Correct.
MHW? Yes, this was an offer of $10,000. I accept.
I accept.
Okay. 1057, 159.
That was worth
Restaurant
waiting
Corp.
for, right?
1057.
Thank you.
I accept.
159 Restaurant Club?
Oh, 1057?
No, nobody here.
Right at the top.
They must have left.
Must have left.
Do you want to vote on it or just set it aside and keep?
I wanted to know who signed the CNC. Because this was 1,000, and that did not look like the name of the licensee.
No, that's not a representative.
Was there a representative?
I
Does
think
that
I
name?
looked up the notice of appearance one moment.
Okay, just to check. And a new license has been issued, right? So this one isn't even active? Shouldn't it be just cancel and mark?
We have a notice of appearance for Elliot Pollock. Your screen's
Oh, and
on.
that's the person who signed, right?
That's
Yes,
the
I
person
did
who
see
signed it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Is it cancel?
Yeah, wouldn't it be better just, well, maybe they don't want to cancel. I'll accept the 1,000.
Accept.
1104, Ralph Stoneham. Request to reconsider.
Yeah, me too.
Well,
I'll let them put out
okay.
their name on the record.
Good afternoon, Daniel Zalkowitz.
Afternoon.
With the applicant, to my left is the applicant's principal, Nathan Finnegan.
Okay.
We're here today requesting a reconsideration on the denial. The basis of the denial was that the personal questionnaire that was submitted on behalf of Mr. Nathan, did not state his previous employment history. The brief history of this application was that there were two partners involved. Nathan was one of them, and Mr. Doyle was another one. Mr. Doyle had been previously licensed by this board on 2 separate occasions. It's my understanding that they went to an expediter. The expediter, and Nathan can actually speak to this himself if you would like, said, let's get the application in. Mr. Doyle has more than sufficient employment history to get the license, and can always amend your questionnaire afterwards. I obviously wouldn't have done something on those lines. Mr. Doyle and the partnership subsequently broke up, but Nathan decided to go forward with the application, and then the application was
And that
subsequently denied.
personal questionnaire.
Exactly.
obviously
Who's the
should-
expediter?
Patrick DeLuca. So what we did as part of this reconsideration letters, we actually submitted an updated personal questionnaire that details Mr. Finnegan's history and involvement with the restaurant industry, which shows it's actually quite voluminous since he was 16 years old. We've submitted 2 letters from the Ballyboden House in Dublin, and then one as well from the Lewis Fitzgerald Hotel, both also in Ireland, saying that he was working there for a period of time. When he moved to America starting September 2012, he worked at the Football Factory on 33rd Street. Subsequent to that, he worked at Jack Dempsey's. And in fact, this actual bar, which he was planning on buying, Albatross, he was the manager there starting in May.
Okay.
Paid as employee.
We
Sorry.
did receive your submissions and your resume and the personal questionnaire. I'm voting to grant the reconsideration, but the application has to be sent back to licensing so they could review the entire application. All right.
My only question is, will the temporary license be reinstated, or will...
Yes, but I ask if you do any further applications. If this was provided in the first application, it probably wouldn't have been denied.
Oh, absolutely.
Just so you know.
Yeah, my office is actually the third attorney on this. There's no
I'm
way.
doing a disapproval letter. And
It was submitted by someone other
yeah, I
than-
agree, and I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
In the
wouldn't have been
future, it would offset
Would have saved
the
some staff
denial.
time.
Council, Ireland is a treaty country.
Yeah, I can.
Yes,
yes,
but I will
it is.
double check that right now.
Sure it is.
You
I'll
never
vouch
know.
for it.
I'm learning one country at a time.
I've been there.
As an O'Brien.
No, but
And I'm learning all the provinces there based on apparently all the corporations are named after where they come from as well, so we have quite a few going.
But it is. But I vote to grant the reconsideration.
I agree.
The temple will be reinstated. Thank you.
Thank you. I told you I vouched for it.
I can have it.
I got the
no,
Jameson
tomorrow when I get back
approval.
to Albany, I'll reinstate it.
God, James.
They can come pick it up. Just
It's because
1084, Club Freeze.
1084.
God is watching.
1084.
1084, thank you. $10.84. Club Freeze, right? LLC?
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Kalish, 9306 Flatlands Avenue. I'm here with the licensee, Renison Johnson.
Okay.
We have made our offer to Council's office. As explained in the offer letter, the licensee has taken various steps to correct some of the allegations that were made against him or against the LLC, including, at least for the first 2 violations with regard to the signs. They did have the signs. Unfortunately, if you think of it as a shelf, the signs were on the sides. When you enter, you could see the signs, but when you're purchasing a drink, you wouldn't be able to see the signs. But now they've been able to move the signs to the front of the bar so that they're visible upon purchasing. With regard to the labels below the bar, that they have done retraining of the bartenders, and the actual individual who did the mixing at the night of when the investigators came in has been fired since. But all trainees have now been retrained in not mixing. And then with regard, obviously, to the security guard, we spoke to the security company. The person who was questioned by the investigator was a trainee. She was shadowing a security guard. He was on the inside taking care of a situation. She shouldn't have declared herself a security guard, but that has been rectified since.
So you have all licensed, even though the individual may be in training, they're all licensed security?
Right. We have spoken to them and made sure that the whoever's shadowing or training must be with the security guard at all times.
Okay. All right, I see you have an offer of $4,500.
Yes, sure.
All right, I withdrew, I believe council asked to withdraw charge 4. For the remainder, I'll accept the $4,500.
I accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1066, APT, or APT 78.
1066.
1084. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, 1066. Marty went away.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jose Morales, owner and licensee holder of apartment 78. Here for a offer that was submitted by my attorney.
This was an offer for a 7-day suspension and $12,500. Now, I know there was a nuisance abatement, and you have your stipulations that you're complying with now. So I'll accept the offer.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
$1102, 9th Ave, Lime Jungle.
1102.
This is somewhere.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Rosa Sanchez. I'm here with 9th Avenue Lime Jungle, and this is Bassam.
Bassam Kuga.
An offer was submitted of $3,500.
All righty. I had a question with the, was there an alteration? Because this is for the backyard space, right?
Was the backyard, was no alteration just for the next door.
Oh, so not in the backyard?
The community board did not approve.
Okay.
Have it here.
Do you have it?
Yeah. No, I have it. Okay.
Because we had an investigator go out and they were sitting in the backyard, right? In that space that you have outdoors?
Okay. Can I say something?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So he wasn't serving any alcohol back there, so it was under his understanding that he was able to use the backyard as long as he wasn't serving alcohol back there.
Okay.
So that's
But
why.
he knows he can't use
So
that
he
at
hasn't
all.
been, no, so he hasn't been using it.
Haven't been.
So people with alcohol don't walk out there, or nobody walks out there?
No one. And no more, what was it, sangria? There was pre-mixing.
Yep, I've explained all that to him, so he knows, and he's not doing that anymore.
I'm sorry, you did put your name on the record?
Yes,
but
I did.
Are you,
His representative, I filled out a notice of appearance.
Oh,
The gentleman
okay.
outside took it.
okay, are you a representative that's for this applicant?
Yes.
You did the application?
No, I didn't do the original application, just pending the charges.
What was your name again?
Rosa Sanchez.
So specify, the Limon Jungle now is, you filed endorsing that trade name? Oh,
Yes.
yes, and it was
Mhm.
approved in
Mhm.
September, I did see it. Okay. All right.
Okay.
I mean, being that you filed the trade name, you made an offer of $3,500, right?
Yes.
No, it's to
Here,
you.
you want to take a look?
No, no, I got it here.
Oh, you got it, okay.
I had it. 3,500. We brought it in, agreed with community board, yeah.
You good?
Mhm.
All right. We accept the
Accept.
3,500.
All
Just
right.
make sure no more in the backyard until it's approved and has to come back to the authority for.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1101, Gustavo Fernandez.
Commissioners, last but not least, right?
Not even last.
No, you got
Nestor Rosado, attorney for Gustavo Fernandez, and I have Mr. Fernandez also here before me. This is a grocery store my client wants to open. He had a previous grocery store which the lease expired.
Well, we have canceled. We canceled his prior license.
Right, because he had a problem with the, I think he had a nuisance case.
No, well, it's probably a nuisance because of the underage sales.
Right. But the difference now with this store is that he and his brother operate this store. They have no employees. He works 8 hours and the brother works the other hours. They've been operating the store since they got the new lease in September.
Was his brother helping him at the other store?
No, he wasn't, because he had employees who basically didn't know anything about. He has a scanner. Now he has a scanner, ID scanner on the premises. He has video cameras, which he installed last on the other premises, but he has video cameras. I have suggested to him and his brother that they should take a training course that's offered by the State Liquor Authority to train themselves, and that if they have any employees in the future to help them out, that they require the employees to take the training course also, because the problem with ID, you know.
But one of the other concerns I have is that it was a grocery store, and he's allowing people to consume on premise.
He's not doing that now. He had a problem with the other location. Again, I said he had employees that would allow that. I have advised him, you cannot consume on the premises. You have a license to sell beer, and they take it out to the neighbor, to the home. It's not no consumption on the premises. He has corrected that situation. He's been in the grocery store business for approximately 13 years, but he's not new. The problem is he had helpers who basically didn't know too much about the law. And I told him, now that he has a new store, I advise him that he has to check ID. If I go to the store, he has to check ID. Even though the person has gray hair like myself, you have to check ID, because if you go to a sporting event, a Yankee Stadium, the Mets, they always check for ID. That's the law. So now he has an ID scanner. He has a video camera, so he could show the police that he did check for ID. And him and his brother are the only persons who are operating the store. I might have to submit a questionnaire for his brother. I don't know if I did that.
I'm looking to see, I have the adverse history of the applicant. I mean, it goes back, you say he was licensed since 2002?
Yes, he is. Yes. Yeah, he's been licensed before.
You know, the result of the underage sale that occurred, there were two in 2013. He did have adverse, it was a failure to notify. Was that an arrest in 2011?
Yeah.
They usually arrest the person after the second or third violation.
I want to know a little more history.
No, they arrested him for Class C felony, knowingly possessing counterfeit cigarette tax stamp, and then transporting or selling unstamped cigarettes subject to tax. That was March 29, 2011. And then he pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct and received a 1-year conditional discharge.
Can you tell me if there's more adverse from the beginning of the license in 2002?
Not that
No, there isn't.
not that I'm aware.
2002 to 2011, there was nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
And he did, and then we submitted a petition from the people in the community because, you know, he's been in business, he knows a lot of people, and the closest store, I think, to sells beer, maybe 2 or 3 blocks away. So he does have support in the community. I think he's going to do much better now that he has an ID scanner. They used to use the lotto machine as an ID scanner at some premises, but that doesn't show if it's a false ID or anything. So I got them a $1,500 ID scanner that keeps a record of all the IDs for the cops, for the police to look at. And I got them a video camera pointed at the counter. And him and his brother are checking for IDs, and they don't sell any more untaxed cigarettes.
When did he purchase his ID scanner?
They had purchased it before in the other store, and all they did was transfer it to the new store, because when they got the nuisance case, one thing that I do in the nuisance cases, I offer the city a purchase of video cameras and ID scanners so they could lower the fine. And most of the time I get a lower fine for that reason, because they're buying ID scanner for $1,500 plus the video cameras.
And this is a different location from...
Yes, it is a different location, because he lost the lease in the other location.
Was it because of the underage sales?
No, he's just the end of the lease. It was just the end of the lease, and then he got another location.
I don't know, normally.
I know, it's just the history.
The history.
I assure you, Commissioner, I've sat down with him and his brother.
But it's not just the alcohol, it's the sale of the counterfeit
Yeah,
cigarette tax
the
stamp.
problem with that is they have people in the street selling them too. I told them, you cannot buy cigarettes from people in the street, and you have to buy it from the supplier. And they got that message now. They're not, they're a family business.
The brother submit a questionnaire?
I'm going to have to submit a questionnaire because I always get Gustavo. This is Gustavo Fernandez, and the other one is Guillermo Fernandez, and I get mixed up with the name.
Guillermo Fernandez Tieno? Or what's the Tieno? Who's that? Huh? Is that your brother?
Yeah.
He's the one who did the underage sale.
Right. But like I said...
But you said he didn't work with him at the other store. Oh, okay.
Okay, I wasn't there. He was...
See, because originally I had this, I denied it based on character of fitness. And what was at least motivating me to approve it was, you know,
they're gonna do the
his brother,
course.
someone knew that it's not an employee. You say he fired all his employees.
He
but that
did. He
wasn't the
fired all his
that
employees.
sold
Now
to
him and his
the
brother
restaurant.
operating.
But his
And
brother was the one who sold. I have it here. On November 15, 2013, Guillermo Fernandez Tineo, cashier, who also did not ask for proof of age.
Well, like I said, they now have the ID. They've had the ID scanner. They're willing to do the training program, which I told them they should both do. But get the training program so that they have no problem in the future, and they're not going to have any employees, so they wouldn't have any
Well,
problem.
it doesn't reassure me because they may not have any other employees, but, I mean, he's just coming off of having a license canceled, and the one person that he's going to have help him supervise and make sure that they don't have any underage sales was the one that actually sold.
Yeah.
That doesn't really reassure me.
Like I said, I can assure you that they're going to be...
But you're not going to be in the store.
No, I'm not going to be in the store, but I got them the ID scanner.
They had that when they had the last store.
Yeah, but they didn't know how to use it, Commissioner, and I sent my son to hook up the ID scanner so he could properly connect to the computer
Well,
and
right
do all.
now, like I said, I deny it. I don't even know if convincing me if he takes a course that would convince me, but right now,
I think the course will
I
help
could
them.
trust him to not sell.
I was with Commissioner Green. I was going to approve it because you were going to have your brother come in, but then your brother was the one who also sold, so that kind of...
Yeah, that only happened once, what he's saying.
But you
now,
had two.
Pardon
You
me?
had two violations.
He had two violations, but one was the brother, and like I said, they didn't properly train to use the scanner, so it's hooked up to the computer, so it can maintain a record. They have the video cameras aimed at the counter. A lot of times, what happens is the undercovers are coming in with two people. One has an ID, one doesn't have the ID. And when the store owner asks for an ID, the second person, who is the cop, gives it the ID. And then when the store owner gets the beer, the person who didn't show the ID grabs the beer. And I've told people this is a setup. You have to avoid, if you ask for ID and the person doesn't show you ID, don't give him the beer. Give it to the one who showed you the beer.
Okay, but that practice that you just said is totally contrary to any information that we have from the NYPD.
Yeah, well, I've seen it on video, and I've had hearings where I've showed the officer standing right behind the undercover, and the undercovers ask for an ID, they don't have ID, and then the officer behind them gives the ID. I've had videos of that. But then the problem is that the store owner gives it to the person who didn't show the ID. And I told him, that's a sale to a minor. You have to give it to the person who gave you the ID. So I would ask that you consider, and you're not going to have a problem with this gentleman anymore. He's not going to get violations of sale to a minor, because I have taken the time to go to the premises, show him how to use the ID properly, show them how it records on the computer all the transactions.
Well, I voted already.
I agree with Commissioner Green.
Not yet. Maybe give it a little bit. Get trained, have your certificates next time, if you want to submit another application, but this one I'm going to deny.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
1077 and 1078, Shell Bistro.
This may upset Mr. Palillo, but I was going to ask that this be sent back to counsel's office because I thought this was way too low.
What's this, 1077?
And 78.
Okay.
Yeah, I spoke to Mr. Buckley and I asked him why it was so low, and the reasons weren't convincing.
Okay. So you want it returned?
Unless you're willing to entertain it, I think it should be
Well,
doubled.
it may be better because I had canceled them on.
I had suspension and a significant monetary fine.
The police went to the location, gave you a summons, and then the second time you're still selling full liquor, and you only have a restaurant wine. The second time they had to arrest you.
Commissioners, do you want us to address this now, or do you want to put this over? Back to council, it's up to you. I'll do whatever you say.
I would send it back to council if she wants it back, because what I'm offering is
Your
canceling bond.
counter-offering.
Because
I won't accept anything less than their counter-offer.
5,000 isn't going to do it.
But you're right,
I'll do
Mr.
a
Paul didn't
counter
like
offer
that.
if you want to go to a hearing. Going to go to a hearing? I mean, a RW, paying an
Yeah.
RW
Yeah.
license
Yeah.
with a full bar.
Yeah.
And the police go and give you a summons, you would think it stops. But nope. Need something a little heavy-handed.
Well, I don't want to address the charges if I'm just talking for the sake of talking. If
Oh,
I
no.
go back to counsel's office, then
I'm
just
consulting with
No,
my
I know
fellow
that. I'm
commissioner
asking-
on the record.
I'm asking what you want from me.
There's also an additional case.
I would suggest if mine is canceling bond, and obviously Commissioner Kim and I aren't going to agree, I'll send it back to council, and
Or I'm okay entertaining it, and
that's mine,
that's
is
just an
canceling
offer.
bond.
Well, I also have a
You're
concern
not
because
gonna-
there is that
Cancel
other
a
one.
bond, they can
Did the
still go to a
reasons ever
hearing.
go out there?
Cancel
You can
bond.
still go to a hearing. Yes.
The
There's supposed
other,
to be,
Yeah, this is a
Right.
counteroffer. He can still go to a hearing. I would prefer the hearing. I think it would give you an opportunity
There's another
to...
charge, right? Are we doing this together?
There's
This
one
one?
other
Which one?
case that he pled not guilty. There was,
This one? This one? Oh, is this the same?
the transcript of it was ordered.
Way to notify unlicensed storage.
My documents aren't popping up, though. An agenda sheet was made in March. It's case 101390.
10.
I believe he appeared in March and reiterated that he hadn't gotten the transcript he had asked for.
Transcript was ordered on April
This is from
23rd.
before. This is from like way March.
Right.
I don't know why I had it, but
Yeah, I don't have that one at
we were waiting for the transcript on this.
all. Oh, okay.
That's why. So then this is what's before us.
Yeah, the 1077, counteroffer, cancel and bond.
Yeah, you know, I had a suspension and.
Let's send it back to counsel's office. We're still waiting. We're still waiting for the transcripts in the first case anyway.
But
I would cancel and
are we
bond.
just
Mike
buying
just wanted
time
to-
here?
For what?
I don't know for your client to
I don't see,
operate.
I can't see the sense in,
Returning to counsel's office for hearing.
You don't have a counteroffer?
No, we're going to counter off for cancel and bond.
wait,
1127 is Merchitrode.
1127?
1127. It's called Beer Bellies.
Beer Bellies. Council's not going to like this one, but we did put an offer, an answer in, I'm sorry,
Oh, you did?
on March 11th.
Okay, what was it? Because I have a default. Thank you.
That's page has the tax composition.
And what was the reason for the default?
He's saying he didn't default.
I didn't default.
We don't have.
I never received the hearing notice.
There was no hearing notice. It was a default at pleading.
Well, my answers and demand for BPs
Yeah, I'll send it back.
and Commissioner Green's answer.
I'll reopen.
This is 1127.
Yeah, I'll
Reopen.
And you use the nice paper, too.
Yeah.
Nobody uses this paper
And
anymore.
then they fax it. Use a nice paper and they fax it, so.
That's why he wanted to bring it in.
To show what a classy practice
See, that's the reason why I sent it back.
11,
see that.
Sorry, 1070, 1969 grocery.
It's just a cancellation.
Offer of cancel
For
and bond.
cancel and 1,000
Sorry, what
bond.
number?
1070. I accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
320. Okay, I do have no other signed-in items.
Bill, where did you get your tan?
Sorry.
Where did you get your tan?
That's what I just said.
Can you ask on the record?
This is a weekend. This is a weekend.
Wait. St. Martin, wow.
31st anniversary.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It's up to 31 years.
Yeah.
She only gets a weekend? I don't know. I gotta revisit that.
Take more than a week.
All right.
All right, we're going to move on now.
Okay, but I need to take like 2 minutes and I'll be
Yeah,
right
we got
back. Can we go off the record, Donald? 2 minutes. Okay, we're all set.
I don't think your mic's on.
It's on now.
All right.
Counter, offer is 8,500, I had a counter of 10,000.
10,000.
1060,
500.
500.
1061,
Offer 3,000, accept.
Accept.
1062,
3,000.
3,000.
1063,
3,500.
3,500.
1064,
Withdraw charge 2 as to 150, offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
1065,
3,000.
3,000.
1067,
Offer of 12,000. They asked for a reduction. I actually granted the reduction to
To what?
8,500.
I had accepted their offer.
They
I
had
think they've submitted proof yet that they purchased.
of their scanner and the ATAP training, because this is the first time.
I mean, I'll take, I do want proof of a scanner and all employees completed ATAP training, and I'll go down to 10,000.
All right, we'll do 10.
10,000.
But if they don't submit that, that's cancel and bond, if they don't submit it.
Yes,
Yes,
it'll be all
yes.
three components. 1068,
Offer 7,500, accept.
I had 9,000. This is the third, and the second was only 5,000, which is why I didn't go to 10,000. This is the third
They've been
violation.
licensed since 1977. I know they've been having,
Past 2 years, right? They'd just gotten,
well, 2011 was the first.
yeah, but we imposed it in
2014.
December 2nd.
Corporate changes or anything?
but Verona, this is a multi.
Oh.
What's a multi? Oh, that's,
PetSmart or...
which is why even more important. People trust the brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was licensed since all that
All
time.
right, all right, 7,500. I'll go with that.
Okay. 1069,
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
It's up
1071,
3,000.
3,000.
1072,
Offer 2,500, accept.
It's up.
1074,
Offer 2,000, accept.
It's up.
1075,
Offer 1,500, accept.
It's up.
1079,
I offered 1,000. I had a letter of warning. They had the license displayed
letter
behind
of
wine
warning.
bottles.
okay. 1080,
Offer 7,500, accept.
Accept.
1081,
Offer 15,000, accept.
Accept.
1082,
6,000.
6,000.
1083,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1085,
5,500.
5,500.
1087,
750.
750.
1088,
Offer cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
God bless.
Thanks.
1089,
Offer of 150, accept.
Accept.
1090,
Offer of 30-day suspension, accept.
Accept.
Just check during suspension. Have enforcement go out.
got it. 1094, we had a request to adjourn to 6-2. Commissioner Green granted.
Okay.
16.
1105,
1105. Oh, unlicensed 2,000.
2,000 based on all their
I know, but
adverse.
it's unlicensed security.
But they had unlicensed security before, and they.
All right,
we paid-
so I'll do 5.
Okay, 5.
1106,
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
1107,
Offer of 500, accept.
Accept.
1108,
Offer of cancel 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
1109,
Oh, I got them stuck together. Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
1110,
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
I'm sorry, I thought this was extremely low. This is where they locked the police out, and a police officer was assaulted, deemed felony. The person who locked them out was a corrections officer. I understand that they are the Corinthian Club, licensed since 1977, but this is bad.
What does it say was a corrections officer?
In their letter that they wrote,
They have no history at all whatsoever, indicating. 77, yeah, that's generally where I check. Sometimes I miss those.
Says, the state official and correction officer, Mr. King is a peace officer, and Mr. Willie, the person who was in charge of the activity on April 6th, is a state official and correction officer in Ossining. They're saying this is like a badge of honor, but these are the people who locked the police out. A police officer was assaulted while these people were in charge. I also just felt that their letter didn't seem to take responsibility for the facts as they're written up. I just don't think assaults on police officers or something like.
I don't think so either, but it does not seem like this is a regular occurrence of having assaults that occur on the premise. They've been licensed since 1977, and there's no adverse history. I accept the 1,000.
Okay, I'll accept.
1112?
Well, for 5,000, accept. And they ask for installments, so yeah, let them know there's no such thing.
No installments. Are you giving him a discount?
Yeah,
for 5,000?
it's on the letter, but I'll reiterate.
You're giving him a discount at 5,000?
Oh, I don't think the letter came in. The attorney indicates she,
Well, this one occurred first. We just charged it later.
Afterwards? Okay, all right, 5,000.
1113?
Offer of cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
This is application, but it was transferred, right? Before the pending, while the charges were pending? So I guess they might as well have taken cancel and bond.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was transferred 320.
Hold on one second.
Net to lose now, $1,000.
What, $1,000? That's better for them.
Notice of pleading.
It'll come in after it was filed.
Yeah, the notice of pleading went out 12/8. This was approved It was approved after that, unless we had an override.
It was.
Yeah, it was approved
Yeah,
after
yeah,
that.
absolutely.
Should not have been.
Yeah. All right. Are the principals, well, you can check that later, just if the principals are the same.
I can tell you right
Just
now.
curious.
Abdul Hakim Nasher is the principal of the new.
No, if they were the same, it'd be noted on there.
Oh,
What did I do
okay.
check for
And
you?
they're different, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
1114.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
1115.
Dismiss.
Dismiss.
1116.
Offer of 8,000, accept.
I had 10,000. Third one.
All right.
He was going to buy a scanner or something. Did he buy a scanner?
We make it condition for
Yeah,
them to submit
condition
it.
buy a scanner.
Counter offer 10.
Yep.
Okay.
And purchase of a scanner.
I'll do counter.
Got it.
1117.
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
1118.
500.
500.
1119.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
1120.
This one I had an issue there. Their stipulation with the community board was to have food.
Yeah.
And they didn't, their failure to conform was that
Right.
there was nothing there.
So bring them in.
No, I
No?
think they said they were going to have food now, but I wanted to counter offer with a higher penalty.
Because they submitted a menu with their application.
Oh, but they didn't submit one, because all it says here is that now they provide food.
I mean, it wasn't a huge one, but they had sandwiches and...
And their access to the basement was through an outside entrance, which
Yeah,
would
so
require
let's have them
warehousing.
come in, so we
Yeah,
can see
bring
what
'em
they're
in.
offering now, because this is a, it's not a restaurant,
No,
though.
they
It was
had a
a
minimum,
cafe,
minimal,
so.
yeah, they had a minimal menu, but there was...
When I looked, I only saw like biscuits on their menu.
They were going to have a biscuit with scrambled eggs at high tea, and then they were going to have some sandwiches. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't need them to come in. I'd rather
But they have no
counteroffer.
Really, but they have no food.
Well, they say they have food now. Well,
Mm.
let me just see. Let me look at the letter, because I read so many of these.
She didn't know purchasing liquor from stores.
Okay, here in number 11 in their letter, it says that they got the panini press now, and they have food items that are offered. They said they gave a picture of some bun menu. I don't have that. And a picture of their brunch menu.
Well, the fact that this was a March operation.
What? That's all I saw. So that's why I didn't know if they had food, but according to their letter.
According to
and
that
even in the
letter.
pictures, there's only people sitting drinking.
Right, so let's bring them in.
There's no eating.
There's pictures submitted from the investigation, but they're hard to see.
All right, so we'll have them come in. 6-2?
6-2. 11:21.
Okay. To appear. And change their website. Okay, 11:21, 5,000. Oh, you want to go up because they
That's
gave
6, yeah.
3? Yeah, 6. I'll do 6.
Next one I have 6.
Okay. 11:22.
I'll do 6,000.
Agreed.
11:23.
500.
500.
11:24.
Cancel and bond. They've been evicted.
Cancel and bond.
Landlord.
11:25.
4,000.
4,000.
11:30.
Their offer is 2,000. I had a counter, but it didn't go up that much. I'll accept the 2,000.
I'll accept.
11:31.
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
11:32.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
11:33.
I had a counter offer of 6,000.
I accepted 4,500.
Why did I do that? Oh, there were 2 18-year-olds, right?
Which is why it's 45 instead of...
All right. All right, I'll accept the 45.
Accept.
11:34.
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
11:35.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
11:36.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
11:37.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
11:39.
And a counter offer of 10,000.
10,000.
Yeah, because they had 3 sales in like 3 months.
Yeah.
11:40.
Revoke and bond.
Revoke and bond.
Is there still a bond? Because I see they were canceled.
Good question. 2 seconds.
Oh, we may not have taken it yet because cancellation was the 22nd.
Which one I'm taking? Be an older bond. There will be no bond.
Oh, okay. So revoke.
Okay. 11:41.
This is another case where the CAC letter denies all the charges.
But this doesn't, it's supposed to acknowledge, I mean, they're making an offer, I don't think they have to.
Well, but if you make an offer, but say, I'm only making an offer, I didn't do any of these things, it's in the member's discretion of whether they take Alfred pleas like that. In a criminal court, they'd say, no, I wouldn't take this, and the board has taken different positions at times on whether they would or not.
At least for me, when I look back at the history, I look back at what the charge was and what the penalty was, and not really what the letter the applicant submitted. So whether they acknowledge, whether they accept their doings, they're still paying the penalty and the violation still stands. So I accept the offer of 3,000.
Accept.
11:43.
Offer 7,500 at cancel and bond. This is their fourth.
Yeah, I had 10,000 only because I thought those three might have been,
A nuisance.
yeah, nuisance abatement, so
All
I
right,
put 10,000.
I'll do,
More?
I'll do 12.
12, okay, 12.
Limited, or no?
I'm sorry?
And it's only one sale, the legal, they'd have
Ten is
to agree to
maximum.
pay more than the 10,000.
Different if they offer it.
Yeah.
All right.
10.
All right, 10 then.
Okay. 1144.
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
1145.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
1146.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
47.
500.
500.
48.
Offer of cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
1149.
Have revoke and bond.
Cancel and bond, but I'll do revoke and bond.
Okay. 1153.
These people didn't come in?
Don't want to come in.
They don't want to come
Oh,
in?
I just,
No, I don't know.
well, we listed him, he was.
Didn't we hold it over?
He was here on the 5th, we have him all listed.
Yeah, the applicant was here.
So he was here to know that it was on 519.
I don't remember why we held it over, though.
He might have requested.
Well, didn't he request it? He was
Yes,
here.
it was
Because he said
requested.
he didn't receive notification because his name was not in workflow.
Okay, well,
So we
we'll
said
hold
we'd
it
carry it
over.
over, but then,
Must have wanted to appear. Yeah, he was here, I remember.
but we didn't send him a new notice as he was here to
Because
say.
he was here.
Yeah.
He knew the date. Well, we'll hold it over and send him a notice.
And I'll make
One
sure
more.
we send him a letter.
Yeah.
All right, 6-2.
Because I thought he wanted the applicant to appear.
Big. What about these guys?
Okay, 11:55, I have a request to adjourn to June 16th. The applicant, he apologizes, he's having a procedure.
Okay.
He's
To,
here.
what was the date again?
6/16.
6/16, thank you.
11:56, we did send a letter to appear.
All right, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
11:59, proposed rulemaking.
I approve. This has to be published and listed for 45 days, and then it'll return, right?
I believe so. Public.
I approve.
Okay. 11:60, for closing hours, we did receive notice that Tioga County wants to ease a current restriction, but not totally go to state hours.
For the weekdays and Saturday, it'll be until 6 a.m.?
From 8, yeah, so now between 6 and 8 in the morning, they can be open to purchase beer for grocery stores for the most part.
We got to assign.
So we need to assign.
And I
So,
actually,
Any suggestions?
one of the things Secretary and I were talking about is, would you, the commissioners, delegate the authority for the CEO, and if there isn't a CEO, then have it revert back, to just assign delegate to staff who will conduct the hearing, like if it's out in Tioga, maybe it's David Edmonds, if it's that closer, just because.
You know, I'd like to know first
They'd
before that
also-
delegation. And see, I don't think it should be designated one particular person
No, that's
to
what
go.
I
I
mean.
know to delegate it
Okay.
to you to make that determination. But sometimes, if it wasn't first, I would like the option to go.
Right.
Well, let me think about it, but for this one,
We don't
we
have
just
anything
need to
before you,
designate, yeah.
Right.
Let me just think about it.
Yeah, this one is.
But I'll approve this one, we'll assign somebody.
I approve.
Okay. So who is approving to go, or we'll have a discussion now?
Yeah, we'll designate someone. But right now, I'll talk to you after, and then
Okay,
we'll
okay.
designate someone.
Designy. 1160B. Oh, there was a request to carry this item over till 6/2.
Oh, for the
The
recon,
recon,
okay.
yes.
To 6/2?
6/2.
Okay.
1160C, it's report of litigation.
Council? We lost this one.
Yes, it's a unanimous loss, so we cannot appeal.
Nice.
So dismiss.
No.
So what
There's
was,
What you need to do is rescind your penalty. I mean, the board.
Yeah, 'cause we
rescind your
canceled the
cancellation
bond.
bond and you adhere to the
And the-
court's decision.
but specifically when the police referral, the officer testifying, the parents of the underage showing the ID, and none of that was considered.
None of that persuaded the appellate division. It was led to Cafe Concerto.
I mean, how much more do we need? All right, well, the court dismissed
Yes.
the charges. Well, we
Yes.
dismissed 3. There was only 1 and 2 that was, the Article 78 was taken on 1 and 2. Okay.
The court dismissed them.
Wow, I don't know what else we need to be successful with that one. And did they get an Article 78 on the pending charge
No,
that we
not
canceled
yet.
in bond in the last meeting?
Not yet.
Okay. There's 2 items that are dropped off this morning. Was 1160E, appointment of Susan Cappuccini.
Approved.
Approved.
My gosh, nobody know how to pronounce her name. And the 1160F for a personnel matter.
Approved.
You sure? I approve.
Don't ask me twice.
Jackie, if I didn't, you don't have them, I have 2 extra copies here, so I don't know if you got those. Okay.
You know my take on it.
Okay, I have no.
No further business.
Further business.
We have adjourned.
Adjourn.